Robots maintain everything.
Okay,
on
before
our
we go
system.
into e-commerce and the use of robots, is Gate Intercontinental a registered company?
Yes, Gate Intercontinental is registered in over 63 countries, including Nigeria. Yes.
So, for someone who is listening to you right now and wants to know what Gate Intercontinental does, please just highlight what the company is about very quickly.
Currently, we are simply an artificial intelligence-driven company.
Okay.
We have different projects we are doing, and all our projects are artificial intelligence-driven.
Okay.
We have what we call Gate More, which we are launching this weekend.
Okay.
Gate More is a composite of Walmart in America, and it's a unique advanced e-commerce system where we engage artificial intelligence, the robot, to do most of the service. I mean, most of our services on Gate More is artificial intelligence driven.
Okay.
Little or no human involvement on all the projects we are doing.
So one wonder what robots have to do with e-commerce.
You know why so many e-commerce systems fail? I can count numbers of them that have failed. Why they fail is because human being has to carry out most essential services in it, and where human being have to carry out 70-80% of the service of a digital system, then that system can fail at any time, because human being will always have a time they want to eat, they will have a time they want to go rest, and when that happens, that space of time, a lot of things can go wrong. But with the age of artificial intelligence, everyone in Nigeria can be part of Gate More. Before I continue, write this number down, because you might be on transit and you just want to be part of what the Lord is doing in this generation, digital generation. You want to know how to make cool money, e-commerce system.
For those of you who are still looking for biro, pen, or you are driving, just text yes to this number 08061467992. Text yes to this number 08061467992.
5 things that is very important that you need to know about Gate More. The first thing is what we call digital office space. Everyone can own an office on the internet inside Gate More.
Text yes to this number 08061467992. Text yes to this number 08061467992. Our office opens every Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then on Saturday is our mega seminar. To know the address, text yes to this number 08061467992. Text yes to this number 08061467992. Or for further inquiry, our office is located at Aka Plaza beside iPress Printing and Publish Company, Alakaya East West Road, Port Harcourt.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
For crying out loud, why should you leave me at this point in time?
Oh my
I really
God.
need you in my life now.
I couldn't do a thing like that to me.
What on earth did I do to this?
Suicide is a practice that is fast gaining dominance in Nigeria. Suicide is the intentional act of taking one's life. Within the first quarter of 2017 alone, many Nigerians have subscribed to suicide as a means to escaping depression, severe anxiety, acute stress, terminal diseases, lack of money or hope for survival, mental disorder, or even a heartbreak. The World Health Organization revealed that no fewer than 1 million people die annually from suicide, which represents a global mortality rate of 16 people per 100,000, or 1 death in every 40 seconds. It is also a fact that approximately 10 to 20 million people attempt suicide every year. But is anything worth dying for? Suicide is a major public health concern, but it is preventable. Talk to someone when you feel depressed. You can also prevent others from a suicide attempt by contacting the Nigerian Suicide Prevention Initiative on 080-621-06493 or 080-921-06493. Choose to live today because life is beautiful. This message is powered by your premium talk radio, Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
I let it fall, my heart, and as it fell, you rose to claim it. It was dark, and I was over, until you kissed my lips when you saved me. My hands, they were strong, but my knees were far too weak.
with the vocals. There you go. Long time ago song. You know, I think one of the songs that catapulted Adele into the homes of many. I mean, some of us knew her prior to that, but some of us didn't. And this is one of that propelled her into our homes. And she's occupied that space ever since, that warm, nice corner at should I say homes now or in our hearts? But we'd set fire to the rain. For me, I just felt, you know, it is as simple as the words itself. It's almost like an impossibility. You've got rain, and then you're going to set fire to it. Meanwhile, you've got fire and water don't mix, because water is just going to put out the fire. But in this case, it's raining out there and you're going to set fire today. So I would think that it was deeper than just looking at fire and rain and thinking also, but that was you pretty much doing the impossible. And that it is in you can set fire to the rain. It might not be literal fire, but it could be that there's passion within you that drives you through no matter the difficulties that exist. I was thinking about some developments of recent, and I was telling myself, oh my goodness, I mean, are we prepared for some of the things we're going to see ahead of us? And I realized that no matter the circumstances, some way, somehow, you know, we are able to forge true. We're able to find our bearings, so to say. We learn as we progress, and then when we hit that wall where that impossibility rears its head, we set fire to it. and we'll move on. What I've come to realize is I shouldn't start, you know, wearing myself down with the possibilities of the rains ahead. When I get there, I'm just going to set fire to it. I don't care if that's water and it's not fuel, but my fire will burn up that rain and I will pass through. You know, because there's several times we're on a course, on a journey, and you listen to too many people who tell you about some intending rain along that journey and like, oh my, you're going to drown, my brother. You must realize how much fire you have inside of you that will allow you to dry up that water and proceed along that journey. You must look inwards and see how much of a greater person you are inside. And because I'm not saying don't plan, there will be challenges, and really if you're going embarking on any project or anything at all, you must envision the challenges, but not so that it slows you down, but at least so you can start building up that fire inside of you. If you need to keep adding firewood to that thing as you go along the way, because you know ahead of you there's going to be thunder and lightning and heavy rainstorm, you need that fire. So you're not going to start building the fire when you see the rain. Nah, you're building it as you start that journey. And I know too many people, when they envisage this rain along the journey, the small fire that they had inside them, that's it, it's gone. So this is, for me, this is not it. This is you encouraging yourself and building on that fire inside of you to take it headlong, because that's the path you must go through, and through you will. It's as simple as that for me. But of course, we know that Adele was singing about love in that song, and we appreciate her. But as I like to do, I like to look at songs differently. So that's what that is. Let's move on. Enjoy the music and then take the lessons you will thereof. But it's time for the newspaper review now. And you can find that on our Facebook page, Today95.1 FM. Please like that page. Today 95.1 FM. All right. So if you've liked that page, you're going to find that we've got our stories up there. The caption there will read the newspaper review. It's going to have hashtag newspaper review. I would like to get your thoughts on that. So please go through the links as you will see them there. Open the links, read the stories, and then your reactions can be shared in the comment section of that box. So let me start with the very first story that we have here. And it says here, this day, from This Day newspaper, INEC, we have capacity for direct and indirect primaries. INEC, we have capacity for direct and indirect primaries. Also from this day newspaper, House to recover 2.6 trillion naira outstanding debts owed by federal companies, by federal government, owed federal government by oil companies. House to recover 2.6 trillion naira outstanding debts owed federal government by oil companies. Buhari meets Ramaphosa, calls for end to rivalry between Nigeria and South Africa. That's also from this day newspaper. Buhari meets Ramaphosa, calls for end to rivalry between Nigeria and South Africa. Barkindo says there will be significant uncertainty in oil markets in coming weeks. Barkindo, there will be significant uncertainty in oil markets in coming weeks. And the logic of what Nigerians call money rituals. You find that in the Punch newspaper. The logic of what Nigerians call money rituals. Police fined 15 million naira for detaining 7 Boko Haram suspects without trial. That's in the Punch. Police fined 15 million naira for detaining 7 Boko Haram suspects without trial. And also from this day newspaper, the Punch newspaper, we have external reserves lost $610 million in November. CBN battles to save Naira. External reserves lost $610 million in November. CBN battles to save Naira. And also from the Punch, why direct primary law would retard democracy. Why direct primary law would retard democracy. You find that story in the Punch newspaper, right? And also from the Punch, now we have FCTA to hire services of vigilante groups to protect schools. FCTA to hire services of vigilante groups to protect schools. Why we found NSAS panel's report unreliable. Lagos AG, Attorney General. That story is in The Guardian. Why we found NSAS panel's report unreliable. Lagos AG. From The Guardian, still Khan tasks Buhari on killing of Christians in Zamfara by terrorists. Khan tasks Buhari on killings of Christians in Zamfara by terrorists. How to foster national unity by Kuka Fayemi, they're speaking. How to foster national unity by Kuka Fayemi Aremu. And then from The Nation, we also have Akeredolu inaugurates cocoa factory. And then you have also from The Nation newspaper, pupils death not cult related. I think that's a child from Darwin University. That story broke yesterday. Well, they've said it's not cult related, cultism related. The child said it was cultism related, and he was beaten up by a group of people, of pupils, other pupils, because he refused to join the gang. Well, the school says it's not. We'll find out details to that when we get to that story. But if you are already on that page, we'll start up from the very first top of it. The very first top of the post, where we've got INEC. We have capacity for direct and indirect primaries. And that story is from this day newspaper. So the very first part of it reads, the Independent National Electoral Commission has said it has capacity to monitor both the direct and indirect mode of primary elections by political parties, but was quick to add it will be an extra cost to the commission. INEC's National Commissioner in charge of Information and Voter Education, Festus Okoye, was speaking to this day, said it is the constitutional and legal responsibility of the commission to give effect to laws passed by the National Assembly. Moreover, direct primaries have been a feature of our electoral legal framework. According to him, the commission has monitored direct and indirect primaries organized by the different political parties. The commission does not dictate to political parties on the mode of primaries to adopt. The commission is obligated to monitor the primaries of political parties in the centers designated by the political parties. Some political parties may designate the polling units of the commission for the conduct of their primaries. Some may designate the registration area centers. Some may designate the local government areas, and some may designate the center within the state. Some may stagger their primaries, so the commission is not involved in the debate around direct and indirect primaries and will implement the law as signed by the president, he explained. Nigeria is said to have a total of 8,908 wards, otherwise known as registration areas, and 774 local government areas. Thus, in the view of this, Okoye said both direct and indirect primaries involve cost and personnel, and commission will at the appropriate time design its own matrix of actualizing the intendment of the law. Specifically on the cost implication of a direct primary election, he said it is rather unfortunate that the issue of direct or indirect primaries has overshadowed our fundamental issues in the bill. However, it is difficult at this stage, to speculate on the cost implications of direct primaries. As at today, the bill is inchoate until the president assents to it. He explained that the position of the commission constitutionally, legally, and administratively is that the commission is the end user of the electoral legal framework. It is conventionally rational, strategic, and fundamental to seek the opinion of the commission and other critical agencies in the electoral matrix before a new legal framework becomes law, he said. So I guess he appreciates the fact that the federal government, through the president, is seeking the position on direct and indirect. But like he stated, we've been doing that already. So any way works for us. Direct works, indirect works. Yes, there will be issues of funds, but at the moment, we can't tell you how that is going to increase or decrease. What we do know is we are the end users of the law. We are the ones who put the law to use. And we have been doing indirect. We have been doing direct. None of the each or none of either is new to us. This is what INEC position is here. So it's not as if INEC has endorsed one or the other. As a matter of fact, they said the crux of the bill is being overlooked over this particular matter. Emmanuel Ndukwe, good morning.
Good morning, Annie. Good morning, Nigeria. I certainly believe that the president did well in consulting INEC, because whatever laws that concern election is meant for INEC to implement. So I'm not among the crowd that said that, no, why is he approaching INEC? Mm-hmm. For me, it showcases maturity to go to INEC, not to do anything that people may term rash. Now, INEC, give me your own view. It doesn't mean as soon as INEC gives him his view and that settles it. He will also use his own acumen to flaws his orders and then say, okay, INEC has said so far. Don't you look at it that we are going to adopt this or that. And now, frankly, INEC has come up and said, neither of the primaries, direct or indirect, is abhorred by us. In fact, what they need is what the law assigned by the president will stipulate. And perhaps when the law, because I think the National Assembly has recommended direct now, but it's not been signed. Okoye said it's inchoate until the president signs. Good. So as soon as he signs it, eventually, if it embodies direct, they will go with direct. If it embodies maybe, well, of course, that one will be an input that was not originally by the National Assembly sent to the president. So for now, the president, if he signs it, INEC will have a working document to operate with. So I think Okoye made their position very clear that whatever row that may be going on about this and that, until the president signs, we know that we have a legitimate document to operate on.
All right. INEC, we have capacity for direct and indirect primary. So don't ask us to choose one or put our signature on one. We're not voting for any. We've been doing both all along. It depends on what the political parties decide to do. And we have just gone there to represent INEC. But whatever the president chooses, we're ready to work with.
At least that happened in Rivers State here.
Yeah, it did. House to recover, I beg your pardon, House to recover 2.6 trillion naira outstanding debts owed federal government by oil companies. The House of Representatives has resolved to recover 2.6 trillion naira outstanding debts owed the federal government by oil and gas companies. The resolution of the House followed the adoption of a motion moved by Honorable Ahmed Munir at plenary yesterday. Moving the motion, Munir pointed out that a recent report by the Nigeria Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative has revealed that 77 oil and gas companies operating in Nigeria are owing the federal government over 2.6 trillion naira. The lawmakers stressed that the debts accrued from failure of the firms to remit petroleum profit tax, company income tax, education tax, value-added tax, withholding tax, royalties, penalties, and concession on rentals to the federal government. Munir expressed concern that such a huge debt was being overlooked at a critical time when the country needs funding for its annual budget. He said if debts are recovered, the money could be used to service some of the federal government's debts, as well as to fund up to 16.2% of the 2022 budget deficit. The lawmakers stated that recovery of the debts were critical in this period of dwindling revenues, especially as the COVID-19 pandemic has grossly affected the country's economy. The House therefore urged NEITI, the National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency, NOSTRA, and the Federal Inland Revenue Service to provide necessary data needed to facilitate recovery of debts owed the federal government by oil and gas companies. I mean, I don't know why these oil and gas companies, 77 of them, will owe federal government to the tune of 2-point-something trillion naira, and federal government is not hard on them, hot on their heels, trying to recover the funds. Rather, we'll say, look, our budget, part of it will come from borrowings.
You see,
to fund the budget, we're going to go our borrowing.
Yeah, borrow and fund budget.
When someone is owing you right there in your house.
You see, and the truth is that treatment.
Except if they're not owing you.
You may see somebody being treated in a certain way, and see another one treated in a certain way. It's certainly because of how you have looked at that person. You see, let me do this thing. I know him very well. He's not serious. There's nothing he can do. That is it. If the IOC, 77 of them, according to the report, now knows that federal government will be very hot with them and collect whatever they are owing them. Remember that these are statutory debts. The laws, whatever agreements they had before they started, stipulated this and they signed to it in agreement. So they are bound to pay them. And they refuse now to pay. And you keep quiet. Every day you shuttle to China or wherever and say, we need money, give us. In fact, anything you like, give us, we are going to pay and all that, repair. Then these people already that are, as it were, pillaging your own geographic locations in terms of sourcing for oil and all that, are getting everything and then perhaps pushing to their own places. You don't collect that money and say, we are not telling you that we are collecting everything, but this particular quota that belongs to us, give it to us. You keep on going abroad. In fact, who knows whether they'll pay. That House has moved into this. House and also Senate, what they always do is to point out issues. If they are not done, do they have teeth to bite? Let's see whether they will continue and they will leave it to them. Like I keep on saying, these people are now in talks with all stakeholders and everybody. In fact, domestic oil companies are gradually taking over from them. And if they divest completely, perhaps run away or whatever, though it will be very difficult, I will see whether they don't pay. We'll start the litigation on that.
All right, we've got Precious UDK Esquire. He's a Port Harcourt-based legal practitioner and a publicity secretary, NBA Port Harcourt branch, joining us here. Good morning, great to have you.
Good morning.
All right, nice to see you here. It's been a bit. You've been busy with NBA.
Yes, my pleasure too. Thank you.
All right. So let's get your thoughts here. 2-point-something trillion naira being owed to the federal government by 77 oil and gas companies. And the House is saying we can't have these people owing us, and we're not going after them. We have a budget to fund. We can't go borrowing when we've got people owing us internally.
Let me start from where Ogema stopped. The House can only back, but they cannot bite. Most times they do those things and they say it's in their oversight function. But the compelling power may not be there for them to compel actions and compliance. So I think it goes a bit above what the House can do. The necessary agencies of the federal government, particularly FAROS, has to step in. It is a criminal offense not to pay your tax. And I become more worried when I hear or read that reputable organizations like these multinational oil companies are the ones perpetrating this particular anomaly. The federal government has to go all out against them. Of course, it's mismanagement for you to have those who are owing you monies that you can easily recover, and then you run to China at every beck and call to take loans. It's highly worrisome. And I commend the House for at least bringing this to the fore, I would urge the federal government, particularly the FIRS, to do whatever it can to recover whatever that is due the government and people of Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, got your thoughts on that there. And let's quickly move on to another story. Being owed 2.6 trillion naira. And then you've got Buhari meets Ramaphosa, calls for end to rivalry between Nigeria and South Africa. President Muhammadu Buhari yesterday stressed the need for Nigeria and South Africa to strengthen bilateral ties and avoid unnecessary rivalry. Buhari made the call in Abuja at the opening of the 10th session of the Nigeria-South Africa Binational Commission. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa again flayed the recent travel ban on his country by some European countries, describing it as unfair, unscientific, and discriminatory. During the session at State House Abuja, Buhari underlined Nigeria's commitment to a special relationship with South Africa, and he said such relationship will bring gains to the continent, particularly in education, science, trade, and investment, tourism, and security. Declaring open the 10th session of the BNC in his office, Buhari said, "Permit me to state that one of the challenges identified during the last BNC have not been completely addressed. We need to ensure that our people-to-people relations are enhanced to a point where there will be no need for unhealthy competition. In this regard, we need improvement in educational and scientific cooperation, mines and energy resources, transport and aviation, tourism, youth exchange programs, trade and investment in military cooperation, to mention but a few." The president... I was thinking, I said, what else is remaining? We should just tell them to come. Well, when we get there, we'll explain what I'm thinking. The president told ministers and top government officials of both countries that a strong bond of brotherhood between Nigeria and South Africa will be of great benefit to Africa. It will serve as a catalyst for economic, technological, social, and cultural development, and as a force for peace and security on the continent, he stated. "Let me at this point reiterate my commitment to ensure that the special relationship between our two countries is continually strengthened." Buhari said it was fulfilling that despite the challenges posed by COVID-19 pandemic, the BNC was still held as scheduled. According to him, they didn't know that Emmanuel and his team didn't want the Ramaphosa to arrive.
That's his visit.
According to him, it is also gratifying to observe that this is brought about by the dogged commitment of our senior officials from our countries. More importantly, it is gratifying to note that despite the pandemic, our timelines for implementing some decisions of the 9th BNC have been met. Similarly, discussions are ongoing on new and important areas of cooperation between our two countries. All right, Emmanuel, we can't take away the fact that Nigeria and South Africa do have a special bond. I don't know, it could have been from apartheid years or even before that. But of recent, especially with the xenophobia and all the things that we've heard with the relationship between South Africa and Nigeria, a lot of people are a bit apprehensive about the kind of relationship Nigeria and South Africa maintains. I think if you're looking at it through the lens that the president spoke, there could be greater partnership achieved if the two nations can perhaps set aside whatever issues that they have amongst their peoples and forge on particular areas of interest for both countries.
Well, I agree. After all, we are related somehow. In fact, in geography, we are placed in one continent. So South Africa, Nigeria, we are related, a serious relationship. However, I think what I see in our relationship is that anytime South Africa is in trouble, it looks for Nigeria's help. We are called the giant of Africa, truly, at least by size, we are. Maybe by execution of issues and things that will make us attain that status very well and assume it. We are not. Even the South Africa is more developed in everything than us. But my problem is that now Ramaphosa, all that he has been around and everything has been happening, I do not wave them aside though, because even the xenophobia and all that, you will always know that conflict must exist in human relationships. But how you manage it will show the maturity. And I think I agree with all that President Buhari said to him. But I'm thinking about what may be going on in the mind of Ramaphosa, because only any time they have problem, they will know that Nigeria exists very, very well. In fact, they can help us. He is saying because Omicron arises from that place, and the West and all the other people have said, don't come. In fact, don't come and bring Omicron to us. He rushing to Abuja. Then who says he cannot give us Omicron in Abuja? with his people. He's not coming alone. As the president, like I think in Russia, so they say they built one tunnel and everything mixed, whatever, that Putin can go in, so that it will ward off this. Is it only every Russian citizen? So even if there are ways that Ramaphosa is protected from Omicron, what about the army of lieutenants that may come with him? The truth is that, yes, let us be relating well, because like I said, conflict must always exist. Then how will you manage it? But if it is being afraid of transferring Omicron, maybe from the center of Omicron, South Africa, to us, I think is a possibility. But all the same, I think President Buhari will know how to, and Nigerian people who are working with him may know exactly how to relate with them so that they won't contract that.
All right, got your thoughts there. Precious UDK?
Commendably, Nigeria has been a big brother. And we can't take that away from us. It's been in our nature to broader countries in Africa. But I would want to worry. Can it really be safe or correct to say that Nigeria is having problems with South Africa? I think that Nigeria here is the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that same too applies to South Africa. Over time, it's been individual traders' issues or something related, and I've not seen either of the governments backing their own people in it. So I don't think we're having any problems or challenges with the people of South Africa.
South Africa?
Yes, the government of South Africa. It's just that the nationals of these particular countries should caution themselves well enough not to escalate troubles. If I'm in Nigeria here and there's a South African here in Nigeria and we have issues, I understand that as much as the person is a foreigner here, it could be misconstrued to imply a trouble for the both nations. But I doubt it is that way. The economic situation, I agree with the President Buhari, that indeed there are benefits that could inure to the countries if we continue to work peacefully. Definitely, no country in the world as it is today, the world is a global nation. No country in the world can exist in isolation. That is commendable. But I'm continually worried that we don't have any problem with South Africa. Whatever problems there are individual problems that I feel the citizens in the both countries should be orientated and reorientated to be accommodating to their brothers from other countries. That's the much I take on.
All right, I got your thoughts there. We also have Dr. Emmanuel Irayanema today. He's a chartered arbitrator, mediator, management consultant, and socio-economic commentator. Great to have you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Annie. Good morning, listeners.
All right, so what do you think about the comments of the president?
Very apt. While I may not agree with my brother at the other end to say that individual problems are not national problems to some extent, I do know that trade, which is the seeming major source of problem in South Africa between Nigerian nationals and South Africans, is actually a bilateral issue. And to that extent, I mean, if you hear the down story of, apart from the supposedly normally bad people, I mean, there are some bad behaviors of Nigerians in South Africa. You can't remove that. The real truth of the matter is that there's some form of competition. They're coming to take our trades from us, kind of mentality. The same thing we have in Ghana. We'll find every other time. They're coming to take, outsiders are coming to take our businesses from us. They can't take this chunk of business. They can't be doing the chunk of business. So that itself is a serious bilateral issue that could be looked at that level. What I didn't see in the president, still being maybe super diplomatic. There is time we need to, I think the time has come where we need to talk sometimes with some level of strength.
All right.
An America in the world, for instance, will not be talking to any president in that kind of super diplomatic tone with matters that relates to our citizens, particularly coming from the xenophobic perspective. expect my president to be give us some level of strength to say we do not like this, we won't tolerate this kind of. I mean.
Well, I think they've been having those conversations.
But this is one opportunity. This is one opportunity. Like everybody say, South Africa, or indeed most African countries, will always fall back to Nigeria when they have issues.
Okay.
And at such occasions, ordinarily one would expect that you also tactically use such opportunities to show your level of strength, while also acceding to whatever demand such countries come to make. I mean, it's one simple opportunity you can just use to say, yes, we're brothers, we're ready to do this, we're doing that, but this is one serious issue that we think we won't tolerate, and thank God you're here. We need to use the opportunity to send you this message straight. I mean, it's subtle, but yet you've sent that, and then your country will begin to say yes. I mean, the rest of it, like I said, America will not on this kind of matter talk to another with this supposed level of diplomacy. It's one opportunity to show we are indeed what we've called ourselves giants of Africa. But always playing the second fiddle rule for me, you don't want, you can't ever survive it, and nobody will actually take you serious.
All right. Got your thoughts on that one? Buhari meets Ramaphosa, calls for end to rivalry between Nigeria and South Africa. Moving on, Barakindo says there will be significant uncertainty in the oil markets in the coming weeks. Secretary General of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, Dr. Sanusi Barakindo, has urged the global oil and gas industry to expect some level of uncertainty in the market in the coming weeks on the back of the new variant of COVID-19 Omicron. Speaking at the opening of the 57th meeting of the Joint Technical Committee yesterday, Barakindo recalled that the World Health Organization had designated it a variant of concern, prompting stock markets and oil market declines after the announcement was made. He added that scientists fear the emerging strain could possibly be more transmissible and have higher resistance to vaccines, adding that the news of the development has resulted to governments reimposing restrictions and travel bans. New cases of the variant are being reported in various parts of the world with each passing hour. Thus, we will need to remain vigilant in assessing the impacts of this latest chapter in the pandemic, as especially it relates to our demand scenarios, he noted. He therefore urged the JTC, a meeting usually preceding the decisive policy conference every month, to examine this key development and other market issues in great detail. All right, I mean, of recent, I've noticed that some countries who had taken, quick steps against the Omicron variant of COVID-19 have said, they probably just did that out of, we have to take caution, but not to justify how dangerous this virus is, and this variant is. As a matter of fact, I was listening to a doctor the other day who says, from what they even have now, the Delta variant is far deadlier than the Omicron. The Omicron would need further studies for people to understand how deadly it is. So maybe the caution that they're taking now is they don't know how deadly it is, or if it's worse than Delta. But the Delta variant available now and in so many countries, from what they understand, is worse off than the Omicron. So, I mean, why would that cause governments across the world to be taking some of the steps they're taking, since perhaps we've dealt with the Delta and yet here we are? Shouldn't we just relax a bit?
No, Annie. I support those people that said maybe travelers from Africa should, in fact, remain in Africa. You see, prevention, they say, is better than cure. You don't know much about this Omicron. Perhaps the Delta, they verified that and found out the potency of the danger, and so they can now say, yes, it's very dangerous, maybe 90% or 20 or 30, but this one comes out and then you say, you don't know, this one has just come up, and then this other one is adding. Please, let us be very careful. When Ramaphosa said it's unscientific, in fact, it's scientific, don't do well. Let everybody stay in his house. You remember, honey, we were not wearing all these things. Just see, watch yourself in a video how you look when you wear face mask. But we are wearing it just because of being careful. Now, why is it? Is it because it's South Africa that it will raise a row? For me, I think it's the right thing. And as for Barakindo, in terms of this oil and all that, we've been in on this every time. Anytime, the oil price, everything, because of, I have said economics or economy is more sensitive than even humans. Anytime anything happens in the world, it will crash. Anything that is sold internationally must be detected internationally. So the vagaries of economics is what will detect. If it happens, we also stay until that phase will pass, because nothing lasts forever until God makes it so.
All right, Emmanuel, your thoughts there. Precious UDK.
Will there really be an end to these hydra-headed monsters called pandemic? I keep getting worried because it appears there's no end in sight. Today is Delta variant, tomorrow is Omicron, the next day is this or that. For me, the world has got to wake up to move on. I'm thinking too that until we're able to curb the economic impact of the springing pandemics, it will be difficult to. There are those too who are feasting very well economically on the so-called diseases and pandemics. Yes. I don't seem even to understand why, if there is any development, a new development on this, the next 3 seconds, Nigeria has 2 cases, Nigeria has 3 cases. But positive things happen.
Don't just have cases.
Positive things happen elsewhere, and we don't copy that immediately here. So for me, the world has got to develop a means to move on, because definitely there appears to be no end in sight.
All right, got your thoughts, Dr. Emmanuel Irayanima.
There's nothing wrong with the Bakindo. There's nothing wrong with you just need to keep. One of the good thing about economics is the fact that it is not static, it's dynamic. You need to follow it as it is, and as you see likely challenges, you also begin to. In fact, what he's simply doing is to send the alert to say, gentlemen, in whatever we're going to be considering, we should see this as one of the things we need to add to our considerations, and it's very normal. Yes. My worry and concern is whether, like other countries of the world, Nigeria, where I come from, is also responding in the same vein. You were here when we had the last oil downturn. We had several. We are producing at a cost higher than our sales. Virtually in almost all the waters, we had our oil floating, looking for buyers.
Yeah.
How much have we prepared for such thing? And of course, we sold at close to zero. Yeah. And one of the major reasons was that perhaps we didn't have proper reservoirs. We didn't have enough places to keep such things. And the cost for demurrage was growing by the day. And so we had no option in most of the cases that would give it at almost giveaway prices so that we can at least
at least feed ourselves.
Feed ourselves as it were. Now, this is another thing that have come up. To what extent are we living up to? Because like my brother said here, whether we like it or not, there will be no real going back. We should take past experiences as part of it. We are here. It keep going. And so what we need to do is to respond. We must increase our response rate. We must respond as the world is going. The world will never wait for us, except we actually want to be extinct.
Isiane, my place, they said, a cocoyam farm. That cocoyam does not finish in his farm. No matter how, even if you like a poor seed, burn it. Once rain falls, you see the sprout and all that. So anyhow COVID-19 wants, let it, the onslaught be whatever. There will be people in Nigeria.
So we must be ready to respond.
So let's continue. As Precious said.
Being ready to respond.
Yes.
It's all right. We've got that. Barry Kindo says there will be significant uncertainty in oil markets in the coming weeks.
Yes.
Well, I hope Nigeria is prepared for the uncertainty.
That is it.
The logic of what Nigerians call money rituals. This is written by Abimbola Dilako. What I find highly frustrating in discussions of certain killings in Nigeria is the assumption that the deaths were about money rituals. In instances of violent murders where the motive remains unclear, people allege ritual killings. The tendency to immediately conclude that certain instances of homicides and ritual killings could unfortunately be providing an alibi for other forms of psychopathic violence. Labeling disparate instances of homicide as ritual killings could be fueling the sensationalism that further aggravates these incidences. First, there's nothing like money rituals. By that, I mean there is nowhere in the history of humankind where anybody has made cash appear through magic means. As I stated in the previous article, the belief in the efficacy of ritual killings is typically rife within the context of bewildering economic precocity and the concomitant increase in social inequality. As the gap between the rich and the poor widens in the society, the desperation to overcome the expanding class divide drives people to engage in all sorts of activities they hope will redistribute some of the wealth in their society in their favor. That is why, and this has grown worse in the past few years, many Nigerians have been serially scammed through various Ponzi schemes that promise humongous returns on investment. That is not even counting the Kalo economy promoted in religious houses where all kinds of seed sowing are supposed to translate into miracle wealth. If it were possible to conjure money as our people believe, Africans will be the wealthiest people in the world. We are the poorest and perennially backward continent, partly because we seek supernatural solutions to issues that can be resolved through logic. Look at the recent drama in Ondo State where some people believe that some white clothes fell from heaven. Even when the textile owner insisted that a mere gust of wind blew the materials from where she hung them, people insisted they fell from heaven. That is the nature of our society. People looking for metaphysical explanations to clarify otherwise simple phenomena. No magic whatsoever makes a business enterprise successful either. Africans who traffic in stories of how supernatural power has prospered certain business people do so largely to rationalize their economic situation while someone else within their community succeeds. They find it hard to accept that someone else, other people, can succeed through the ethics of hard work, prudence, and sheer ingenuity. And so they reach for supernatural explanations to self-justify. While there is no logical link between money and rituals, the rising incidences of ritual murders in our society are worrying, and we must account for the phenomenon. I have been compiling news articles on so-called ritual murders for a while now, and I have two observations. The first is that our people are always quick to allege money ritual killings in instances where the murder was violent. Our society does not include in a critical study of criminal psychology the only eye through which we know to filter every incidence of a gory killing is to allude to rituals. Elsewhere, a trained forensic analyst analyzes a dead body to insightfully speculate the nature of the killer and the circumstances of the killings. In Nigeria, even though we will be dealing with serial killers, copycat killers, or even mentally disturbed people, our society does not have a language for such psychopathy. We just allege ritual killings. We do not even have the resource to investigate those crimes in detail, so every victim of violent death potentially died through ritual killing. When the unfortunate news of the death of Inyo Bongo Maren first broke, some people were sure it was another case of ritual murder. A reporter even contributed to the rumor mongering by asserting that everyone in the alleged perpetrator's community confirmed that his entire family are killers. We see a similar trend in the story of Timothy Adegoke, who died in a hotel in Ile-Ife. That his death allegedly happened in a hotel run by a billionaire made his own case even ready-made for accusations of money rituals. Nothing that has unfolded so far, at least, suggests that this was a case of ritual killings. But some people have preempted police investigations and foreclosed other possibilities. But my second observation as I reviewed these articles is how those arrested for ritual killings explain their actions, because most of the time there is no further inquiry by the investigating reporter into the activities of those suspects beyond their confessional statements. It is hard to detail what else lies beyond these activities. Nevertheless, I find it interesting that while most of these suspects can account for their parts in the human parts trade, they never talk about the success of those rituals. Whether the rituals were about conjuring cash or achieving business success, by their own account, they have not yet worked. Rather than accept that what they set out to achieve is impossible, these ritualists double down on killings, believing it will ultimately succeed if they add this and that to the process. Bottom line, she says there's no ritual killings.
Is she?
Yeah, it's a she. Abimbola Adelakun.
It's all right.
She says there's no ritual killings, and she says that we even encourage that possibility is why a lot of killings continue to go on in the manner in the manner of violence that encourages money ritual accusations.
Annie, you see, every human on earth
She says if there was, would have been the richest people.
Yes. We've heard her. Let's analyze.
Analyze.
Every human has limitation as to knowledge, wisdom. That is the truth. Nobody as a human has monopoly of wisdom.
I agree.
Now, if you are saying there is no ritual killing, then automatically, I think there's a difference between ritual killing and money ritual. There are two things. Now, if she had taken money ritual, that there's nothing, you can't do anything, you can't conjure anything, and money comes out, well, it's only experts in that field that may know. But as for ritual killing, it exists 100%. See, a situation where you hear that somebody has gone to wherever, and then come to established church, and then will kill his fellow humans and bury them in the platform where they stay and preach and all that. What is it? That's cultism and rituality. That is it. Now, a lot of
But is it profiting them?
Oh, whether it is...
That's what she's saying. That we don't go beyond to find whether it's a success, but because we leave it at ritual killings, people actually believe that works and they're engaging themselves in it.
No, Annie, see...
But we must find a success to it, that there's nothing like money rituals.
Annie, what he's saying is semantics, the use of word. That's what I've seen him quarreling. He's saying the term ritual killing presupposes that a person kills with the purpose of performing a ritual.
Yes, but she said money rituals.
I'm coming.
All right.
I'm sure that's what Nduko is quarreling.
It's part of it. Yes.
And that to say whether that ritual gets an output, which is where you are, is what he's saying, that the experts alone will be able to say.
Which is what?
How can a man become a native doctor?
Which is her argument. If you listen, that is her argument.
In argument, she came out plain.
Yes.
The concept as used is what he's quarreling.
Yes.
The concept as used is what he's quarreling.
I'm confused here.
No.
I'm confused because
what he's thinking is,
I will explain
whether ritual killing is actually bringing out what the why of the ritual killing.
I wouldn't know.
That's what he said. Contrary to saying that ritual killing does not do anything, does not bring anything. But her argument is first to say that killings have been
violent
killings.
Killings generally, most violent killings for her, most violent killings have been tagged ritual killing. That's where she initially came from. Now, to say whether the ritual killings actually are bringing whatever, yes, I agree, those part of her argument. But whether there is no, to say that there is no ritual killing,
there is.
No, but that's what she's saying. She's saying that people are killing because of some ritual purposes.
That we are concluding
and that because we also are encouraging that narrative. When somebody dies, we say, it was for ritual purposes. That we say that. So there are people out there who are buying that narrative that yes, someone can die, I can take their parts and I can use those parts and make money. So it's encouraging more people into that. The sooner we realize that there is no ritual you can do with body parts that will provide money for you, the better we start speaking along those lines. Maybe then we can stop some of the people who are venturing into these actions. Plus, she says that some of this is just some psychosis that has gone wrong in some people's heads. But because we don't have the intel to go around and decipher how these people kill these people and for what reasons, all we know is that they took their kidneys, so that's it. It's ritual. The heart is missing or the private parts are gone. It's all ritual. They're going to make money. We'll continue to have more and more people who buy into that business. See, it's like a Ponzi scheme.
No, and it's not.
It's like a Ponzi scheme.
See,
bring 10, you get 20. Meanwhile, you know that you can't get 20 unless another person brings 10. So you continue along that line.
To say Ponzi schemes are fake does not mean that Ponzi schemes don't
exist.
The Ponzi scheme itself only exists because you're buying into it.
No, I agree. Listen.
So that's why she's saying that the reason why there are rituals, that kind of killings going on, is because there are people who are buying into it.
See, the point I think the way is arguing is, yes, we know there is Ponzi scheme. Whether Ponzi schemes are real or not, it's a different subject matter. For me, Ponzi schemes are fake.
Simple.
That's what she's saying.
But it doesn't mean it does not
that
exist.
Ponzi scheme, and the same you are saying now.
You said it's fake.
Yes.
What is fake
exactly
and real?
What I wanted to do.
No.
What is? You said it's fake, but then you say it doesn't exist.
It does not work.
doesn't mean that the word Ponzi scheme means that there's something called.
But if it fails here, it succeeds here.
No, it can't succeed.
It fails for those who are investing, but it succeeds for the man who has set out to.
Because there is something called Ponzi scheme.
has set fire. You see, there are a lot of things. No.
So, for you to say there is no for you to say there is no ritual killing,
yes,
means that people don't have the intention. Thank you. The man killed, but the argument to say that not all killings, I agree. Yeah. There are psychosis, I agree. Those aspects, I agree. But that there are also people who merely will go to kill for the purpose of
ritual purposes. Yes.
Let me use it for this ritual to do this. Yes. Now, the other angle of whether or not that killing does bring what I wished for is something else.
This is where she's laying emphasis.
Yes.
That the why. We should begin to look at
that,
the why.
I agree with her on that.
And expose the why as a fake. So that people who go into it thinking it works understand that it does not work.
Now let me give you a very example. See, this author did what she did, in my view, for a purpose. And she brought it slightly in and was still very tactical. They get in Ife.
The one, yes, of the lecturer.
Yes, no, of the students, the MBA students.
Yes.
She brought it quietly, even though she refused. And for me, if you ask me, that's why she did what she did. But let's get back to it.
Yes, so the guy died, so it's ritual killing. And she said yes.
It may be.
No, because everybody said before there was any investigation.
The intention may actually be for ritual purpose.
Exactly.
The intention may actually be for ritual purpose.
I think as much as I agree that not all killings are ritual killings, I would also want to add very quickly that as much as all prayers don't return answered, most ritual sacrifices to return positive. Most
that one I don't know.
We can go on
when we come back.
Precious, you say
we pray today and
we
come back.
When we come back, I want to know this particular prayer that is talking about answered. Yes. The news update is next week.
Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the everyday, every hour. When the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdul Salam. The Nigerian Senate has amended the National Health Insurance Act Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2021. The legislation was passed by the National Assembly in April last year. The Red Chamber at plenary considered the motion for the recommittal of some clauses. The House of Representatives has asked the federal government to recover about 2.6 trillion naira allegedly owed it by 77 oil and gas companies operating in the country. The House also set up an ad hoc committee headed by its Deputy Chief Whip, Nkuruka Onyejeocha, to reconcile with the federal government and oil companies who owe each other as joint venture cash calls. It called for a proper inventory of the assets and liabilities of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation and its subsidiaries before their transfer to the newly incorporated NNPC Limited. And on the foreign scene, before the foreign scene, the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, says the issue of pardoning the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, is premature. Malami stated this yesterday while appearing as a guest on a television program. The minister stated that the trials associated with Kanu have not been concluded, and as such, the pardon option cannot yet be on the table. And on the foreign scene, the Chinese embassy has urged the citizens to evacuate 3 provinces in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo as soon as possible. The notice follows several cases of armed robbery and kidnappings of Chinese nationals in the region's mines in recent days. The 3 provinces are North Kivu, Ituri, and South Kivu. Chinese nationals in the areas at risk are expected to report to the mission by December 10th. And that was the news update at Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, take responsibility. Please wash your hands frequently with soap under running water or use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid touching your face in high-contact surfaces, as this will help prevent the spread of diseases. Do have a great morning. I am Annie Abdusalam, and thank you for listening.
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Okay, it's live on Today 95.1 FM. Where else can be better? Tuning on to Today 95.1 FM, and we will make your day.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
The Obonge Company for property business. Odibola. Now we be
looking to invest in real estate, or tired of the complaints and frustration that comes with property acquisition, or you need a reliable company to handle your construction projects? Then Odibola Properties is your sure bet that helps you buy, sell, and develop properties in any parts of Nigeria. You can visit our corporate office at Odibola House, Iyaweli Inserim Layout, Tombia Extension, GRA Phase 3, Port Harcourt, River State, or at Plot 6, Aliyu Animation Avenue, Lekki Phase 1, Lagos State. Visit our website odibolaproperties.com. Call Eze on 0808-591-2630. Lisa on 0706-264-1169. Amarachi on 0813-348-7968. At Odibola Properties, you can do business with us and go to business.
Odibola. Now we be Baba.
I show you my best friend. I thought we in this.
Where can I buy any phone or laptop and get an instant gift this season?
Next Time Mobile.
Where can I buy a device worth a certain amount and get a gift and a free shopping voucher?
Next Time Mobile.
Where can I get mouth-watering discount on all purchases?
Next Time Mobile. At Next Time Mobile, we sell and repair phones, laptops, wristwatches. We even swap old phones for a new one. And guess what? You can pay installmentally. Our office is located at Sami Abacha Road, inside Next Time Supermarket. You can call 0702-500-5671. We also have a branch office at 178 Abba Road, Waterlines, Areta Plaza. You can call 0702-500-5672. We also have our office at 17B Rumobiakani beside Chicken Republic. For more inquiries on that, you can call 0702-500-5673. Or you can visit our website at www.nexttimemobile.ng, or you can email us info@nexttimemobile.ng. On Facebook, we're at Next Time Mobile. Or you can send us a message on WhatsApp on 0809-282-6688. Next Time Mobile. Quality phones at best prices.
I want all this money. I want to take the same step where I take last year when it don't work for me. Oh Lord, as I grind, I hustle, bless me with this money.
Did you see the kind of money my mates were spending in Oba? I wonder what kind of investment I would make that would actually turn my financial situation around.
Michael, relax. Cash FX is the solution for you.
What is Cash FX?
Now, Cash FX is a multinational forex company in over 210 countries. Cash FX focuses on training and trading. They combine skills and trading. A lot of us acquire skills in forex, but are still making losses. But with the cutting-edge technology that Cash FX offers, you make it. You can turn your life around. Cash FX seeks to give financial freedom to all of its clients And this financial freedom is as a result of the skill and technology that is involved.
This technology you're calling, do we need to be technologically inclined?
Of course not. This is for everybody. The technology enhances our trade and anybody can work with Cash FX.
Okay, what makes this Cash FX different from others?
Now, one unique selling point of Cash FX is our presence in over 210 countries. It is a global outfit. Also, because of our technology, you're going to get paid every Saturday. I mean, every Saturday. With this, you can even think through the first few days, but you will see positive results. You will always see your money at any point in your wallet. This is the opportunity that will change your life, Michael. Cash FX is putting up a Zoom meeting that is coming up by 11:15 a.m. and 9 p.m. today. For those who are busy during the day, you can be part of the meeting at 9 p.m. or our Saturday edition 11:15 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Sunday. To be part of it, text or WhatsApp money to 0803 201 6820. Again, text or WhatsApp money to 0803 201 6820.
But this wallet, what exactly does it mean?
Very simple. This is your purse online, where you see your financial growth, and with one click, you can send it to your physical bank account.
Is Cash FX for all?
Cash FX is for everybody. Just sign up and the technology will serve as your leverage. All you need to do is join this winning team. Our Zoom meeting comes up by 11:15 a.m. and 9 p.m. today. For those who are busy during the day, you can be part of the meeting at 9 p.m. or our Saturday edition 11:15 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Sunday. To be part of it, text or WhatsApp money to 0803 201 6820. Now, also in Cash FX, we can pay you in Bitcoin, eliminating the issues with other currencies. This is definitely one miracle you have been waiting for. Just text or WhatsApp money to 0803 201 6820 to be part of our Zoom meeting. Cash FX is here for financial emancipation and is the answer to all your money prayers. Just let the professionals guide you and trade for you. Our Zoom meeting once again comes up by 11:15 a.m. and 9 p.m. today. For those who are busy during the day, you can be part of the meeting at 9 p.m. or our Saturday edition 11:15 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Sunday. To be part of it, text or WhatsApp money to 0803 201 6820. Don't forget, one unique selling point of Cash FX is our presence in over 210 countries. It is a global outfit. Also, because of our technology, you're going to get paid every Saturday. I mean, every Saturday. With this, you can even think through the first few days, but you will see positive results. You will always see your money at any point in your wallet. This is the opportunity that will change your life, Michael. Cash FX is putting up a Zoom meeting that is coming up by 11:15 a.m. and 9 p.m. today. For those who are busy during the day, you can be part of the meeting at 9 p.m. or our Saturday edition 11:15 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Sunday. To be part of it, text or WhatsApp money to 0803 201 6820. Again, text or WhatsApp money to 0803 201 6820.
If we don't buy the best, what's it we get? What's it we get? If we don't get control, what's it we get?
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
I want all this money. I want to take the same step where I take last.
This is an infomercial.
Lord, I started crying.
Hello! Do you know that recharge card printing business is a moneymaker in Nigeria? Do you know you can make profit daily printing and supplying recharge card from the comfort of your home? Do you know telecommunication business is one of the richest industry in the world today? Do you know that recharge card printing business is so lucrative that you can even start making money from first day of starting this business? Do you know that many Nigerians, including you and your neighbors, spend hundreds and even thousands on recharge card every day? Do you know recharge card is the fastest selling product in Nigeria as at today? Guess what? In this seminar, you will learn how to start your own recharge card printing business and begin to make money daily from this business. Note, this workshop is this week Friday. Venue, Mikado Hotels, number 12 Oyo Street, off Market Road, Rumomasi, Port Harcourt. Time, 10 a.m. Training fees, 3,000 naira. Limited seats available.
For seat reservations, please XMX or text PH2 081 806 37508. Again, 081 806 37508.
This workshop will expose you to the latest recharge card printing machine that you can use to print all denomination of recharge cards. You will also learn about the latest method of printing recharge card of all networks using just your smartphone. Recharge card software 7 printing machine without any need for a computer. In this workshop, you will learn how to become a recharge card dealer, where you will be given access to licensed software to operate anywhere in Nigeria. That is not all. Our recharge card software also allows you to take advantage of other money spinning services like DSTV subscription, GoTV, StarTime subscriptions, data sales, and electricity services. Do you know running a POS services can put food on your table every day? Wait a minute, let me tell you why POS services is so lucrative. 1. People are tired of waiting hours in the bank just to withdraw or deposit their money. 2. People are tired of traveling far distance just to get to the bank for a transaction that can be done at the POS center. 3. People are tired of staying in traffic for hours just to get to the bank. 4. People are tired of long ATM queues and dangers of ATM fraud. 5. People want conveniences and fast transactions. Do you know with our POS service machine for cash deposits and withdrawals, you can start your own mini bank services and also begin to make money every day? Join us this week Friday as we reveal the secrets of starting your own mini bank to you. Note, this workshop is this week Friday. Venue, Mikado Hotels, number 12 Uyo Street, off Market Road, Rumomasi, Port Harcourt. Time, 10 a.m. Training fees, 3,000 naira. Limited seats available.
For seat reservations, please XMX or text PH2 081 806 37508. Again, 081 806 37508.
Note, our company is on Easter promo. Now our recharge card printing machine, including software, goes for as low as 45,000 naira. For first 5 lucky participants, recharge card machine will be available for practical printing at the seminar. Machine will be available at the seminar for purchase by interested participants at the promo price of 45,000 naira. Ensure you come along with passports and valid ID card for registration and activation of your machine. Note, this workshop is this week Friday. Venue, Mikado Hotels, number 12 Uyo Street, off Market Road, Rumomasi, Port Harcourt. Time, 10 a.m. Training fees, 3,000 naira. Limited seats available.
For seat reservations, please XMX or text PH2 081 806 375.
They're saying that the explanation given by the military was not enough to say that he saved up to buy those houses or to buy. Let me just quickly get your thoughts here so that we throw that into the opinion program. I think I have a picture of what Fayose looked like on that day and what he was saying from that caption. It's not just giving him a certificate. We must see the
consequential order must be obeyed first, as to even those who have not attended the law class. Now you want that place. That place.
This is where it comes.
So why don't we start that first? You have that angle open now. Nothing is holding you from doing that now.
You look at it and make sure and understand that restructuring is what Nigeria needs.
Today's Quest from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Catch Annie on this frequency. Monday to Friday.
That is absolutely their position. Respect the law. Now the question will be which law?
Today's Quest, a sure way to start your day.
Because he hasn't really done anything here.
Yeah,
because both parties are contending. Welcome back. We've got 20 minutes past 9. You're still listening to Today 95.1 FM. And then just before we took the news and the commercials, we had this last story from the Punch newspaper written by Bimbola Delacon. And the caption was the logic of what Nigerians call money laundering, in which she posited that as we continue to give a certain narrative to this kind of killings, it fuels the pursuit of people along that line. People will continue to believe in the efficacy of killings like that, of rituals in that manner, and that the sooner we're able to draw the line and say, look, this is a violent killing, perhaps call it a violent killing done by some lunatic or done by somebody who has some psychological issues, and we're able to give that sort of narrative to this kind of killings, maybe those people who actually carry on with rituals like this will begin to understand that these things don't exist in the manner that it answers your prayer. And I hope with that I'll be able to draw in Precious Decay in.
Well, I think, like I did say before, minutes before we stepped out, there is ritual killings.
Mm-hmm.
There is also
they happen. We agree.
Money ritual.
We agree that these things still happen.
Now, like I was trying to say, the point of disagreement was the potency of
this kind of killing.
Of this kind of killing, and I have stated earlier that some are potent, while some may not achieve the desired
She was
result.
adamant. She says isn't possible that money rituals work. She says if money rituals work, then we'll be the richest continent.
It doesn't go that way.
Why doesn't it go that way?
It doesn't go that way.
Does prayer work?
It depends.
Exactly.
It depends. It depends.
Simple, you've answered it.
It depends on what prayer work. You think you just sit down and pray, and if you sit down and just pray, and you don't actually put the efforts to it, it's not going to work.
Perhaps that's the same thing that's happening with rituals.
No, ritual.
Some are potent, some are not.
Ritual, what's the work in ritual?
You can make a sacrifice that is not desired by the gods.
Oh, please.
You know why I said this? I want to use
ritualism?
Bible as an example here.
Okay.
So
I get a headache.
There's a place in the Bible. There's a place in the Bible. I think it is 2 Kings 26 or 27.
Yeah.
2 Kings 3, 26 or 27, where a particular king was going to a war against the people of Israel. And God promised the Israelites victory over the king. Indeed, the war started and the people were having advantage over, Israel was having advantage over the people. And then they got to a time when the king of the people, I think it's Moabites or there, the king of the people came, took his son who should reign over him, cut off the head and poured the blood. And immediately, the Bible records that immediately, there was much indignation against Israel. The people started having advantage and Israel retreated. What happened? Because for me, I don't know when we look at this thing, what is ritual killing? What is those are sacrifices. These things work. Most times they don't work. So
they don't work all the time.
I agree. I agree.
You don't work all the time.
We cannot say, I cannot tell you that it works all the time. But there are some that are potent. There are some too that don't work. So to say that ritual killing holistically don't give back the desired result at all time and in all circumstances, that is a very fast.
Annie, let me come in a little.
I'm going to change this topic. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
There is ritual killing. There is money ritual. but not necessarily every attempt at it will work.
And that's why they'll continue to kill because they don't. So
you
that's
don't know
how
the one that will
pay off.
Can you imagine?
Let me give you an instance. See, Annie, to say that there is no ritual killing.
Nobody's saying there's no ritual killing. We're saying there are people who are killing and they kill because they want to go and do rituals with this. Is that not ritual killing?
See, some of them.
We're just saying
some
that
of them
there's no efficacy. No, they don't succeed.
No, they do. See, Annie, talk. See, people should talk about what they know, and I'm happy. She is from a Yoruba land.
So what does that mean?
The center of this kind of thing.
So how is it the center, Emmanuel?
Relax. You may not know.
Where do you keep a certain part of this nation?
No, see,
open your mouth.
I want to know. Maybe open it well so that I know.
Please,
you did properly.
Because see, these people believe in ancient things. And are not
which Nigerian doesn't believe in ancient things? Which part of Nigeria?
There are some Nigerians that, in fact,
some Nigerians, but which region doesn't
all
believe in
their
ancient
holy
things?
places, what they call holy places. Do you know in my village some time ago, especially during the war, there are bushes you don't enter, except those who are appointed to be entered. If another person enters, that's where he dies. In that bush, and nobody will carry him home. That the corpse. So there are certain things, but let me give you an instance why there's efficacy in all these things. Sometimes you are walking along the street, you see a lot of people that are mad. They are not. Some, to be frank, they are not mad. They're on assignment.
Okay.
And when they finish that thing, you see
become
them
rich.
Of course, it happens
because they were mad.
And let's leave that there. Our Pimbola, like I said, has set fire, and I think she doesn't know much.
The sooner we realize that if you chop off anybody's tongues, eyes, nose, ears, or body parts, and you go make some concoction, and you think that is going to make you rich, that doesn't work, the better for the rest of us, really.
Yeah, I agree with you, Annie, and I'm sure the purpose for the discussion, in your view, is to dissuade as many persons as possible.
It's not to dissuade.
I'm coming.
I'm not dissuading.
I'm coming.
I'm not dissuading.
I am coming.
I'm just stating it factually. It doesn't work.
I'm coming. Why are you rushing? Do you know what I'm going to be?
I know. Don't say that the reason I don't want to dissuade. I'm just stating it as it is.
So you actually don't intend to dissuade?
No, I don't intend to dissuade. I'm telling you that it doesn't work.
The truth is this. The truth is this. I am not going to sit here and encourage anybody to take to the path of ritualism or ritual killing. Yes. I won't do that at any point in time. But to say that there is no ritual killing,
we're not saying
even money ritual.
We're saying hold on.
She's saying it is not potent.
We're saying there is. We're not saying it doesn't exist. We're saying there people do that.
I'm using Abimbola's statement.
Yes, Abimbola says there is.
No, she says no.
No. Abimbola says people are killing for ritual purposes. Is that not ritual killing?
She said that. No, that's not what she said.
No, that's what I'm telling you what she said.
No, from what I heard, Abimbola says there is nothing called ritual killing. That most of the killings that we are quick to tagging almost all violent killings as ritual killing. There is nothing called ritual killing. Ritual killings do not work, and I think that's when the Kuwait first opposed that.
I don't know how
position.
I know her
and that's one of the things I'm saying clearly, that look, to say there is no ritual killing presupposes that there is no Ponzi, and there is Ponzi. To say that there is no Satan, I'm coming, and or to say there is no prayer. Now, but to say whether ritual killings actually result to the desired result is something that is neither here or there.
He's there.
I'm coming.
Because that's the driver.
I'm coming.
He's there because that's the driver.
That's it's my turn to talk, Madam Moderator. So the truth of the matter is, while I do not have the certainty to say it will bring money or not, of course, certainly I will tell persons, me, I won't take a human being for.
Simple.
I won't take a human being to make money. That I will never do, and that I will not encourage anybody.
Yeah.
But society has made us to see that some persons are doing it.
Well,
some persons will come out.
That's why she's talking, because the society has carried on with that.
Some persons have come out. Some persons that we know that this man had not done anything else. He has not done anything else.
And then he's rich.
And the next minute,
I don't know anybody like that.
That's what
if you don't know, I do.
Who tell me one person?
No,
the way you mentioned that part.
You didn't mention that part. You didn't mention that part. We'll have told you.
There's nobody who is not doing anything that you say he slept and woke up and the next morning he was a multi-billionaire. He was a multi-millionaire.
Are there societies around you that people have joined and become multi-billionaires?
No.
You don't also know that?
No, there's no society that people have joined, and because they joined it, they became wealthy. I don't know about that one, or Bonnie or anything else. No, none. None. None.
She mentioned one.
So I thought she mentioned one.
So why
I said none.
go on out?
So somebody was mouthing it.
Who could that be?
I don't have to point the person who was mouthing it here. But it does it.
Oh my God.
All right. See, I think I'm going to reiterate what Abimbola said. She says, what I find highly frustrating in discussions, and like this discussion, of certain killings in Nigeria is the assumption that the deaths were about money rituals. In instances of violent murders, where the motive remains unclear, people allege ritual killings. The tendency to immediately conclude that certain instances of homicides and ritual killings could, unfortunately, be providing an alibi for other forms of psychopathic violence. Labeling disparate instances of homicide as ritual killings could also be fueling the sensationalism that further aggravates these incidences.
Hasty generation is what she is advising against. She has not said there's no ritual killing.
No, she said it down.
No, but what she said here? Hasty generation is what she's against.
There is nothing like money rituals.
She did say that.
She said, I just read it here.
Money rituals.
And that is what the crux is.
Different. No, now.
No, that's the crux of the issue.
And I have been listen now, the wealth listen now. So that's what the wealth could be age. I'm coming. The wealth could be age, living longer. The wealth, the so-called, the ritual is for several purposes. It could be vanishing like some robbers do.
Abimbola has particularly said there is nothing like money rituals.
No, money rituals.
And I guess because a lot of people who venture into that believe that if they get a tongue or a body part, they're able to do something. I like tongues, so maybe that's why. It's the mode for which I can speak. I can just imagine somebody come to take it off because they want to make money. So, she says that taking body parts because you think that you can do some rituals with it and that it will make you rich does not exist. The sooner you realize that that's an effort in fertility, the wiser it is for you to let that person's body parts be.
Beautiful opinion.
Annie, do you believe that there are certain things Emmanuel Dukwe doesn't know, but it doesn't mean they don't exist?
I wouldn't know. If I don't know a thing, it doesn't exist. If I don't know a thing, it doesn't exist.
Ndukwe.
No,
you don't know that thing, but others may have been
logical. If I don't know a thing, how does it exist?
Yes, that's logical. If you don't know, but others who know that.
But you don't ask me.
No, I asked you, I know.
I say it doesn't exist.
To you.
So Abimbola's position is to the extent of what she knows.
Simple.
And
that's what I have said.
She has not shown us this.
Did you hear me say and I agree with her?
No,
I did not say
what
we
two of you
agree with her.
What two of you know?
See. Oh God.
Don't worry. What two of you know? I agree.
A lot of things
happen. Let's use logic because we will not live here.
Let's leave it.
The logic of what Nigerians call money rituals. That caption you find in the Punch newspaper. Moving on. External reserves lost $610 million in November. CBN battles to save Naira. External reserves lost $610 million in November. CBN battles to save Naira. The nation's external reserves fell by $610 million last month. Figures obtained from the Central Bank of Nigeria on Thursday revealed the reserves dropped to $41.22 billion as of November 29th from $41.83 billion on October 29th. The CBN also disclosed that at the present level, the external reserves could meet the country's 9-month import demand. Figures obtained from the Apex Bank show that the reserves, which had gained $5.5 billion in October, returned to a downward path in November. The reserves increased from $36.78 billion in September 30th to $41.83 billion as of October 29th. That's a gain of $5 billion. The governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, said that the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria's dinner in Lagos said supported by our demand management policy, in addition to support from the successful issuance of the $4 billion Euro bond and the IMF SDR, our external reserves today stands at over $41.4 billion, which is enough to support 9 months of imports. That is not just a morale booster for both foreign direct and portfolio investors willing to invest in the economy, but it provides significant firepower to support our domestic industries that need to import critical machines and equipment for domestic production and exports. He said as a result of the drop in foreign exchange supply arising from low earnings from the sale of crude oil and the Naira depreciated by 7.7% from 380 Naira to $1 to 410 Naira to $1 at the I&E window. Emefiele said supply was also affected by massive outflow of foreign portfolio investment from emerging and frontier markets, including Nigeria, in 2020. A combination of these factors led to a marked drop in our foreign reserves from nearly $36.7 billion at the beginning of the crisis in March, said to be a low $32.9 billion in June 2021. He said the volume of activities at the I&E window fell from nearly $250 million to $300 million daily to less than $40 million in the first quarter of 2021. So while we did make a rebound by making $5 billion from October, for the month of October, in November we lost about $800. Let me say 800. Let me get to the right figure. $610 million. And quickly, let me just state that the reason why we made $5 billion was from Euro bonds, the sales of Euro bonds, and we made about 4-point-something billion from that amount. And with other things, we were able to make about $5 million within the month of October to November, September to October. Then from October to November, we lost from our reserves $610 million. And Emefiele says, well, as far as this is concerned, that still gives us a sure footing when it comes to our import exercises.
You know, I think every time the economic managers will always at least try to make us have hope. Yes, it still gives us sure footing. You know, what's his name? Her name, rather. Zainab will come out and say, you see, we've not borrowed, the ceiling is not reached. So we can keep on borrowing. The ceiling has not been, we are just scratching on the surface. Yes, giving us hope. The truth is that we seem to be moving forward and backward at the same time. I really don't know what the CBN is in particular seem to be at war, perpetual war of trying to stabilize the Naira, and I don't know why this thing, which of course, though, I can't say I don't know, lack of internal production is why we are not going up and then staying there. What do we produce in this country? Everything from outside. And that is why this dollar scarcity and all that, where you don't have production base, that this is this. It is that thing that you can now export to earn foreign exchange. What do we produce? There was a time we started this issue of rice. And I think we seem to be on a good footing then, but I don't know whether we are still there. Because I'm tired. The next day, Emefiele will come out now again and tell you the the Naira is losing completely. I have warned before. I hope our situation will not mirror that of Zimbabwe. That you must carry everything, Zimbabwe pounds, I don't know whether it was pepper or just. Then you go and buy a loaf of bread one day. The truth is that if there are mechanisms on how to give a sure footing to the Naira, let them do it. Often, every time we talk about Abacha, I was a detector. It was only in Abacha's time, now that then we started having this Naira free fall. Abacha pegged it at 22 Naira, and it remained there. Nigeria was better for it. I don't know whether such moves are no longer feasible.
Go your thoughts, Emmanuel. Precious UDK?
You know, there was a time during the IBB days when he gathered all the professors in economics, and after the profile solutions and nothing was forthcoming, he said Nigerian economy has lost every known economic prescription. For me, I don't seem to understand. Most of us will understand or will agree that our economy is in good footing. when the parity between naira and dollar is closed down, when local goods and consumables and other goods, are not the prices don't gazump as is currently the situation today. Most of these things they come to explain in the pages of newspapers and media reports. I don't get it. If the economy is doing well, let the impact trickle down to the ordinary Nigerians, because some Nigerians in the rural communities don't understand this English. They want things to ease up for them to know that the economy is in good footing. Emefiele and others who are in charge, they've got to do more than they're doing, because it's very obvious that the very harsh economic policies of the present administration is not helping things. The Nigerians are the receiving end, and there should be an end to it. Definitely, the government should do whatever it can within its powers to ensure that the situation is salvaged. Else, things may get worse. So all those other English and BP grammar, that we don't want to hear that. We want things to ease up for Nigerians. We want the prices of goods to drop. We want the parity between naira and dollar to at least measure up a bit before we can agree that the economy is in good footing. It's not enough for him to say. It's just a subjective analysis anyway.
Can you thoughts there, Dr. Emmanuel Iranema?
Anybody waiting for the dollar and the naira on its own to get to parity and better is wasting his or her time. The cost of dollar to naira is a function of the demand for dollar. The first question I ask is, who are those that require this dollar?
Those who are importing, those who want to do business. Yeah.
What are they importing? For who? These are the simple questions.
For Nigerians.
It's not for Nigerian people.
No, it's
majority
business they are coming to do is not for Nigerians.
Majority of these things are actually a class thing. It's for certain set of persons.
So because I'm in that class and you are not in that class, doesn't mean that they should not bring it for me.
They shouldn't bring it for you. Against me. And
it's not against you.
It's against me because it's killing my local currency.
How is it killing your local currency?
I just told you.
That they are importing, perhaps because I like to wear lace clothing, right?
You like to wear lace clothing. Please go and source for your dollar. Don't source for the dollar within.
But the CBN has already said they won't give people.
They are giving.
They are not giving.
They are giving.
You've said CBN. I don't understand.
They are giving.
If the CBN says they are not going
they are
to give
giving
for these kind of things.
They are giving. What are they giving the money for?
That's the point I'm trying to make. If the CBN is giving, whose fault is it that now I desire those
there
things?
Are several things.
Your government has tried to encourage it. Whose fault?
We need to ask us, and that's what we need to be honest with ourselves. We need to be honest. In 2015, if I'm not mistaken, yes, 2015. You find virtually with every politician, in fact, no politician was spending naira, it was dollar they were spending. Yeah. No politician was spending naira. It was dollar they were spending. And today you come out to say dollar has gone high. I say, what the heck? Now, Abacha you refer to, Abacha was succeeded within that period for several reasons. Part was that he was able to control what you bring into the country.
And whatever be the case, let them adopt that system.
No, but the politicians will refuse to because they are the beneficiaries. They are the ones that are benefiting from this whole play of the dollar and the naira. They are the person benefiting from it. India, in the 70s, in the 80s, what did they do? The Indian president rode on the Indian Tata vehicles. When Shagari came, you remember very well, when they wanted to promote Pujo, it was compulsory that every government person use Pujo.
Yeah.
Here you are, naira is crashing every 1 minute, but National Assembly is approving the buying of cars that are produced outside. And then you play with the dollar finally out. And those are two individual money they're bringing in. Is it not coming from this same fund they're getting the dollars out from? Wouldn't address some basics? Sincerity of purpose by those of them in power that are actually benefiting these things. Nigeria is continually moving to where she's going to box herself. Zimbabwe is a small case. Because unlike Zimbabwe, we have a supposedly idle population. Unlike Zimbabwe, that will come back to doing this fight. I've told some persons, the time shall come where you have dress, but you refuse to wear it. If you wear it out, you'll be stripped.
That's what.
And we're getting to it. You'll be stripped. You have car in your house, but you can't ride that car. You have money to build house, you refuse to build house because if you are not build house, you'll be maimed. So all these thieves must
begin to prepare themselves for that doomsday. And it's coming, so it's very close.
All right. I predicted doomsday. Let's move on.
You see,
that's annoying. For
something.
Let's move on. Sorry. Why direct primary law would retard democracy? This is written by Tayo Oke.
Why what?
Direct primary law would retard democracy. Tayo Oke is the writer. Says, imagine what happens when you chaperone a toddler arriving in the city after a long spell growing up in the countryside into a sweet shop under the bright lights of the shopping malls. The toddler is easily lost, confused and flabbergasted by the goodies on display. He picks up one roll of sweets, then drops it for a different one, picks up another one, caresses it, and holds it onto it momentarily before being drawn to another shiny box at the top of the shelf over the counter. He calls the attention of the shopkeeper, who beckons him along to the right queue for his latest fancy. This goes on and on until his indecision starts unnerving his guardian, who then tries to make up his mind for him. Now imagine that the toddler is in fact Nigeria, running around inside a democracy sweet shop of her own. The guardian is in fact the law. This is not too far-fetched, as some might think. Democracy has only been with us for 20 years, following a prolonged military interregnum. The Nigerian population understands the ideal of democracy and by all accounts wants to embark on the journey. The only problem is the division over the mode of arriving at the destination. The tried and tested route in history is the great upheavals leading to revolutions and fundamental shifts in direction. The other, a more common route for many in today's world, is through trial and error. That means learning on the job, taking the short, unsteady baby steps, occasionally falling on one's backside, getting up and keep striving until normal walking and running is achieved. The ideal democratic destination requires the calculated patience of a marathon runner, not the single-mindedness of a sprinter. There is one aspect of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2021 waiting for the presidential assent as you read, which aims at cutting the Gordian knot. It is the clause that mandates direct primary elections for elected positions across all political parties in the country. The question, is direct primary the fairest way of choosing a party's flag bearer? The answer, quite unequivocally, is yes. There is a more fundamental question. Is using the blunt instrument of legislation the best way of enabling direct primary? The answer, quite emphatically, is no. First, what is direct primary? The clue is in the question. Direct primary presupposes an indirect primary as the malady that needs a cure. Here is how an indirect primary works. Assume a member of Party A wishes to stand for governor of his state in a general election. The party activists in his constituencies and wards will select a number of people amongst themselves to serve as electors, otherwise known as delegates. They are people to whom the power to select the flag bearer rests upon. Whichever of them makes the best case gets their support. That is in a nutshell. The process is cheaper to run than conducting a general ballot. It gives the hardcore party activists, those going door to door, canvassing, pounding the streets and getting their hands dirty, a decisive say on who stands for the party in a general election. An enormous privilege, but a just reward for the party's faithful. Perhaps? Critics of this system, however, ask, why not fling the door wide open to the rank and file instead of a small number of delegates? Why not compel the aspirants to make their case directly to the card-carrying members as a whole, in their hundreds of thousands, instead of hobnobbing with a handful of delegates in hotel rooms in the dead of the night? Why is this dead of night always a fair? Don't they hobnob during the daytime too? Perhaps the most damning argument against the delegate or indirect system is that it is wide open to abuse by moneybags. Delegates have been known to offer themselves up to the highest bidder. They tend to gravitate towards the candidates with the deepest pockets instead of the ones with the best ideas and possibly a higher public profile. It is also axiomatic that money spent buying delegates is recouped once in office, thereby deepening high-level corruption. That being said, the million-dollar question still is, should the choice of direct or indirect selection of a party's flag bearer be a matter for the political parties, or should it be compelled by law? The Nigerian lawmakers, in their wisdom, have decided to compel the direct system for all elective posts in a political party. This is contained in the bill currently on the president's desk. In their view, the influence and power of money are simply too overwhelming for the average party member to grapple with when it comes to the selection of standard bearers. It should be said that the lawmakers' intention of the direct primary clause is noble, honorable, and even laudable. But is it not taking a sledgehammer to crack a nut? It is a legislative overreach, I am afraid. Political parties are not government agencies. They are private associations with their own rules and governance systems, clearly advertised and known to everyone in advance. The interface between membership and party hierarchy is the real stuff of politics. Adoption, rejection, and amendment of rules are the sine qua non for a political party. Remove that, as being suggested, and what is left is but an empty shell. The inspiration behind the direct primary clause can be traced back to the dying days of the odious regime of the former military president General Ibrahim Babangida 1985 to 1993. He had created two political parties in 1989 by decree, the Social Democratic Party and the National Republican Convention. The military strongman also went ahead to prescribe the party's manifestos and ideological inclinations, one a little to the left, the other a little to the right. This was done to forestall any intra-party arguments or rancor over policy and development priorities. Party members were simply expected to follow Babangida's cynical contraption, hook, line, and sinker. This was not only crass in its conception, it was an insult to the intelligence of Nigerians. Political parties are the vessels for airing and trashing out policy disagreements and construing rival visions for society. Babangida had attempted to preempt all of that. The direct primary clause awaiting the president's signature right now is a nod to the military mindset of a bygone era. A change to a party's constitution over the adoption of a direct primary system is quintessentially a membership affair. It cannot and should not be imposed by decree, or for that matter, a legislative fiat, however well intended. To do so would be slippery slope towards nationalization of political parties, where lawmakers will in the future take it upon themselves to lay down party manifestos and their political agendas in tow. So he's saying, look, this is a step into militarizing the political parties, where so moto you can decide what the political party can do or cannot do. And meanwhile, these are supposed to be social organizations who, from their genuine intent, beliefs, and strengths, grow in their numbers. Their decision to act in any manner will be more of an in-house situation. You cannot, from outside, influence them to take, no matter how laudable the intention is, but you cannot do that. Or you shouldn't do that. Let me say you shouldn't do that. Because if the president signs it, then they can't do it.
Well, you remember in that piece, himself held the National Assembly by saying that they now thought because money has been a problem and the influence is so impelling that, of course, you cannot wish it away. Mm-hmm. And so you must comply with the money bags. Mm-hmm. And as a result, I want to believe that the legislators also, some of them are participants of political parties, even still going on. But the truth is that it has always been a problem in this nation towards elections. This in the primaries, this direct primaries, why are we not? And they have been loading direct primaries like plague. Because for Emmanuel Ndukwu, I have said it severally, it is more democratic than indirect primaries. Mm. The reason is very simple. Transparency is there more. And like he mentioned, everybody, you are throwing the door open or wider for more members of political parties to choose whoever. Even though it still requires money also there. Money can still have its influence. But I have always said, you have two evils facing you. At least the one that is milder should become more of your friend. Now, the writer should remember that comparing it with Ibrahim Babangida's regime is not all that. He's not doing a good service to Nigeria. This is by legislative fiat. And in democracy, it goes with legislation. And remember, it's been included.
But in your legislative duties, yes, you've moved away to legislate over social
something that it's not very private.
I'm coming.
It has nothing to do with government.
I'm coming. I heard all you read. The man mentioned, let's tackle that one first. He mentioned that it's something that should have a latitude for the political parties to do their thing, because it should be they should have freedom on that. I agree. You know, political parties also have their own guiding legislation. And those legislations also operate within the firmament of this country, Nigeria. And once something has become so much of a problem, the legislatures now decide, let us curb this with legislation for Nigeria. I don't think they've gone wrong, at least my view. Because if you bring political party A, political party B, and all of them are in Nigeria, and the supreme law of Nigeria must operate to douse the tension they have. So I think, I'm not a lawyer though, but when you say, the political parties have the right, they do. But in the face of the bigger picture of Nigeria, this is always a problem, What do you do? For us to douse this tension, let us come with the rep primary, which we know is more democratic, at least so the legislative house believe. And whoever doesn't want, you can also see the people that are quarreling most are those who have hideous ideas in terms of maybe governors and all the rest of them, because they know they will lose what they've been doing to the people. How can you just come in, Emmanuel Ndukwe is maybe you are loyalist, you pick me, pick any other person, another, we now bring whoever. Irrespective of the person that is at the background, that may have more quality ideas and everything, we leave him because money has worked. For me, the key to the whole thing is, has it been given assent, presidential assent? If it's given assent, let them try it. Right. If it's not given, maybe we go back to in the red now.
Okay, we'll got your thoughts there. Precious DK.
I think I agree with the National Assembly, but only to the extent that it's a welcome development for them to venture into legislating on that issue. I do not think that totally we should leave this in the hands of political parties. We have witnessed what has happened, where the internal squabbles in most of these political parties, almost lead to breach of peace in the larger society. Regulating the activities of political parties by the National Assembly, to me, is welcome. It's a welcome development. But my worry is stemming from the fact that, just like the piece you read, how direct is these direct primaries? If the direct primaries will be some persons already indirectly electing delegates who will now come to do direct primaries, then the aim is already defeated in logical sequence. I would have preferred, like the writer did suggest, which has been my take on this issue, let the president send back that bill to the National Assembly. Let it be thrown open. In fact, we can even start this e-voting from party primaries. Let's test run it there before INEC will take over. Let's allow political parties make their members decide who should man any office by every Tom, Dick and Harry, all members of political voting through internet voting. If they can, let's test it. But at least it will give a good opportunity to all members of the political party. You see, like in the NBA, let me use for example, we used to, oftentimes when the election is holding, maybe in Kano, in Abuja, in Port anywhere, each branch will elect 2, 3, or 5 people that will vote for them. Those people are lots. Immediately your name enters as a delegate for that period, you have made your money, contact, and everything. But the Lake administration came and said, no, let's do internet voting. Let every member be voters. And that is what has been. That is why you see that today, a non-senior advocate is the president of NBA.
Good.
In Olumide Apata.
I think it's what I said. Yeah.
So, for me, I suggest that the power should be thrown back to the people. Because I don't see, just like you've read, you say it's direct, but those who are making it direct are already coming through indirect. That is not logical. So for me, I would suggest and insist that the president should not totally reject. Let him send back to them to add, let the power be given to all members of the political party to vote, And probably if for want of security, finances and all that, let's go E. Thank you.
All right, got your thoughts there, Dr. Emmanuel Iranema.
Nice thoughts. But as I am concerned, you do not control or give what you don't have. The rights of the National Assembly to make laws are defined. You don't come to tell me that because you're a National Assembly member, you come and tell me how I should run my house. Is my house your house?
No, it's not his own.
Because I'm a Nigerian, so you come and tell me how I run my house.
But there's nobody.
Even the one that the military told us that we should give birth to only 4 children. How many persons have obeyed it in Nigeria? I mean, there are things you can't do. You don't need to waste your bloody time attempting it. These are political parties not funded by government. I think the challenge, or what we're forgetting, we have a problem. I agree. I mean, the way people keep on coming out right, left, and center. Yes. The intention may also be very good. But let's be honest with ourselves. The national election that is a direct election, has it actually brought out, in quotes, what we actually expect? Have we resolved that problem? We fund INEC. They run a direct election for this country. What have been the outcome? Has money not been ruling? You don't put the cart before the horse. Who are members of the political party in Nigeria? What makes a person a member of a group? Is it just by name listing? How many members of political parties are financial members of those political parties in Nigeria? Have you gone back to look at that act that created parties? What has it said about membership of political parties?
Political parties, yeah.
What has it said about financing of political parties? The things you need to block, if not block, you need to say something else. I'll bring money to run a party and then you say you're a member because you listed a name and you come and tell who will take what position in the party? It's not done anywhere. We must address the fundamentals. How are parties formed? How are they financed? What are the duties of members of a political party? Yes, I agree, most of them, and that's why they actually look for these positions. So that the the initial funding they do, and as soon as they get the position, they use our public fund to keep running the parties. Because, of course, if you don't get the position, you won't be able to use the public fund. So they use their personal fund initially, get down there, and then have the access to the public fund, and they use to funding the parties. And then you turn back to tell me that you want to, I should not say what I want. It won't happen anywhere. We can't put the horse, we shouldn't attempt to put the horse before the cart. Sorry, the cart before the horse.
The cart before the horse.
We shouldn't put the cart before the horse. We need to resolve our real problems first. By the way, let this be known. The National Assembly is not making law for Nigerians. There's of no effect. What they are making is simply to protect themselves.
How? Explain.
Oh, yes.
No, I want to know how.
The biggest fear they have is that their governors, over the years, dictates when they go
because
back.
the governors have the structure.
So much structure.
Those who go back and
so that those who go back and those who don't go back. That's why they're busy rushing. And I tell you, if I were the political parties, I would do just one simple thing. Let the president assent it. We're going to cut and throw away that law. You can't control what you don't have power on. That law will be useless. We'll do a serious judicial test on that law. You can't come to me. You're not funding me. Remember that days, government was funding parties.
Yeah.
You can afford to do that. You're not funding me. I'm funding myself. And you come back to tell me that I should open my doors for a problem. Look at all the elections in Nigeria, all the political rallies in Nigeria. The same people you see in APC during their campaigns, the same people are the same people you'll find during the PDP campaign. The same people you'll find during AA campaign. The same people. So what the heck are you telling me? You've not resolved those. Those are basic things. So how do you say this person is actually a member of A or B or C? It means, for instance, if I head a state, I will ensure by all costs that no other primary in any other party ever takes place. We are going to fund people there to create the problem, and people will be there till after the elections.
But can you do that when it's a direct?
Yes.
How?
It's easier.
How?
I just told you. I just give an instance. I said the same person you find in PDP rally, the same persons, and the same people you find during APC rally, the same persons you find during AA rally. There's a fluid movements in the parties. Because you actually do not have.
Is your name not on the register?
What register? Registers will form every other place. We'll go to court. You come to the register, come to the register. We do it. We are in the field. We know how these things are done.
Oh wow, that seems very problematic.
It's the truth in practice. The simple truth in practice. I remember in PDP those days.
I've got to tell you the news though before I forget and listen to the problems of political parties. The news update is next. Please stay with us.
Will I allow what?
Hour. When the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Board Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's the news update and today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdul Salam. The presidency has asked the Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project to desist from putting out its divisive, irresponsible and barefaced publicity stunts. This was contained in a statement by the senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Garba Shehu. The piece, according to Shehu, was aimed at addressing the repeated ridiculous claims from SERAP that it is bringing legal action against the government or President of Nigeria. Shehu argued that very little is known about SERAP or who funds them, despite their claims of being an organization that champions transparency and accountability. The lawyers to the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, have stormed the Federal High Court in Abuja ahead of the legal battle for bail later today. The legal team led by Ifeanyi Ejiofor arrived the court as early as 8 a.m. with over 50 others already inside the courtroom. However, unlike the previous proceedings, security is relaxed from the court's main gate to that of the court door. The fight against drug abuse in Rivers State has continued with a call for all stakeholders to join hands in the fight. The acting chairman of the International Federation of Women Lawyers, Nnenna Ibokwe, made the call and a one-day sensitization against drug abuse, rape and violent crimes against persons organized in Odioku community in Ahodo West local government area of Rivers State in collaboration with the community youths. Ibokwe noted that there is a direct relationship between violence against women and drug abuse. And now to the foreign scene. British police have arrested a man on suspicion of trespass after he allegedly breached security at Parliament and prompted a temporary lockdown at the sensitive London landmark. It came amid heightened security in the UK after lawmaker David Ames was stabbed to death while meeting constituents in October and a botched homemade bomb attack last month. The Metropolitan Police Service was quick to note that yesterday's arrest in the heart of Westminster was not being treated as a terrorist incident. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Please don't forget, you have to take responsibility. Do so by washing your hands frequently with soap under running water or use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer. You must avoid touching your face in high-contact surfaces when you're out and about, as this will help prevent the spread of diseases. Do have a great morning. I am Annie Abdul Salam, and thank you for listening.
A 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
The people of Israel suffered a huge lockdown, no? But when he finished, God provide for them nyafu and then jollificate.
Come, make you say test that kind jollity for Holy Ghost Congress 2021, where them call
The siege is over. Date now Monday 6, go reach Friday 10 December 2021.
Now for detention camp, kilometer 46, Lagos Ibadan Expressway, go Shelle. Time now 7 p.m. every day.
Pastor E.A. Adeboye, another man where God anoint go move the ministry. Or make yourself receive healing, deliverance, salvation and blessing where go pour out nyafu. Jesus na Baba.
Otimbi na Timbelio.
Rumba in Congo. You fit to fly don't carry another package come for Hona. 7 days explosive vacation for Kigali and Congo. For this vacation return flight go there to enter Kigali and Congo plus 2 visas. 3 different nights for Kigali and Goma. Ship cruise for 190. Hotel Rwanda, the Runga National Park plus other documented badumenti will go the Shelle from December 14 go to December 21 with the shake the money. For more
more information, more can call us on top with Port Harcourt office 09070 37 36 96. This is correct vacation. Now you fit fly carry and come supported by the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo. This one go choke.
Hello there. Do you know that Real Naturals Beauty Salon is giving a massive discount of 70% on all services? 70% on all services. Can you beat that? From sales of human hair, wigging, revamping, braiding, fixing, manicure, pedicure, gele, nails, and lots more. All at 70% discount. There will also be a wig making training. For more information, call or WhatsApp 0913 715 4162 0913 715 4162. Visit us at Stadium Road, Port Harcourt. Check us out on Instagram at re_naturals.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
So the time is 9 minutes after 10. And you're still listening to Today 95.1 FM. I've got guests with me at this point in time, and they represent Gardost Properties. So I'm just going to allow them to introduce themselves. I'll start with you, sir.
Okay, my name is Desire.
Desire, Mr. Desire, good to have you.
Thank you.
My name is Chief Comrade Wilcox Nuka, representing SANU.
Chief Wilcox, great to have you.
My name is George Awani.
George Awani, great to have you both. So I'll start with, let me understand what Gardost Properties is all about. What's that? What's Gardost Properties?
Okay, Gardost is a real estate company. We are into real estate, and our office address is at number 158 Iwofe Rumo Precom Road. Mm-hmm. And we also have another office at the SANU Secretariat inside, ROSU campus, my 3. And, we buy, we sell property. While we're here to tell our audience about, as regard the property we have at Barra, opposite the new ROSU campus at Barra community, is actually selling for 750,000 naira.
Okay.
And,
we'll get to all of that first. I just want to get the foundation of Gardost Properties. I heard you mention something about SANU. So you represent SANU.
Yes.
I heard you say something now.
Yes.
So what has SANU got to do with properties?
SANU is Rivers State Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what are you doing with
properties? We are interested in the property because we encourage our members to acquire properties so that by the time they are retired, they cannot be stranded, being pushed away from their house because they cannot be able to afford house rent. So over the years, we have been encouraging our members to embark on land scheme.
Okay.
So now that Gardost came in and approached us, we have to go into investigation about how genuine the land is, and moreover, the land is situated directly opposite the gate of the new campus, agricultural campus of Rivers State University, which is going to take off from May.
Okay.
And so SANU will not deem it fit for us to approach our members.
So you're speaking on behalf of SANU and saying you've done due diligence, you've done the right investigations, and this is.
And so we don't encourage our member to take advantage of this opportunity.
Okay. All right then. So you did mention earlier where your office is located. Let me have that again. Where's the office located?
Okay, we actually have 2 offices. One is at Iwofe Road at Rumo Precom, number 158 Rumo Precom along Iwofe Road. Then our second office is at the SANU Secretariat, ROSU. They choose to give us that, office space because of our partnership with them.
So, all right. Prior to this partnership, has Gardost as an entity existed before?
Yes.
And you've been doing property sales, and
yes, we've been
how
doing
long
property.
have you been doing that?
And we've been to this industry for 4 years plus.
Here in River State?
Yes, here in River State.
All right then. So why are you going into land sale business?
Well, we choose to go into land, sales business because, whether I like it or not, real estate is a real thing. When it comes to land, everybody wants to acquire land and they want to acquire this property with ease. With our experience in this sector, we are bringing it on board to assist people, school, cooperatives, and, what have you to, they can tap from my experience and get property without stress.
Okay. So when you say cooperatives, is that why you approached SANU on this?
Yes, because they are union now. So we approach them and they look into what we're doing and they keyed in.
All right, let me get to you, sir. Where's the land? Where's this property? This particular property we're here to talk about. Where is it located?
The property is at Abara.
Abara.
Yes, Abara in Eche.
Okay.
Just opposite the new campus.
Mm-hmm.
And the new campus is also supposed to kick off by May next year.
Mm-hmm.
You see, the reason why we actually went into this venture is that we want people to actually get property as cheap as possible. Genuine
property
as cheap as possible. And we want to make the repayment very flexible.
Oh, okay.
So that is why we approached SANU. Originally, we intended to sell to just the staffs of River State University. So that was why we approached SANU. We went to SANU and said, look, we have this property opposite your campus. We want you to encourage your staffs to buy. So they said, no, we can't just encourage our staff. We need to go and investigate first. They went to the community, they met the chiefs, met the elders, met some people that discovered it was genuine. So they came back to us and said, look, the second thing you need to do for us is to bring down the price, make the price very affordable, because the property was actually going for $950.
Per plot?
It was based on the negotiation we had with them. So we had to bring it down to $750.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's $750 per plot.
Yes.
What's the size?
Per plot. It's 150, 100 by 50 feet by the local measurement.
100 by 50 feet. Okay. All right. And that goes for
750.
750,000 naira. You said something about flexibility.
Yeah.
What's that?
We have a payment plan that is very flexible. People can pay up the 30% of the entire sum, which is about 225,000. Then the balance you can spread it within 1 year.
Okay.
Yes, so that is the agreement we had with SANU, based on
30% of the plot that you want.
Yeah,
and then the balance, the rest is spread throughout the year.
Yeah, you can actually spread the rest.
Okay. Then, since I've heard of a couple of unions who have engaged in certain deals like this, and sometimes we see even partnership within the unions. So in this case here, can a group of people decide to buy a plot?
Of course, a group of people can decide. Even two persons can come together and say, give us a plot, and we do that. We issue the documents in
both their names.
Both their names. And
fantastic.
And I also want to add another thing. The outright. You can also make outright payments. You do outright payments, we allocate to you. Our inspection day. When
if I do outright payment, is there any reduction? Or I'm still paying the 750.
No. We don't have no reduction really,
because it's actually a giveaway price already.
It's a giveaway. We're on promo.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right then. So when you say two people can combine, what is important here for me, and let's reiterate, is that the two people that combine, or if it's three, if it's four, everybody's name will be on the document indicating that this land belongs to the owners of this land. Fantastic, because we don't want to hear stories later after that. Okay, so what does the payment cover? I hear people say it covers your deed. But what does this cover?
Okay, making these 750,000. Say you pay outright, it covers your deed of conveyance. It also covers your survey plan. You are not expected to pay bush entry, no agency fee, no matching ground. And what we're saying here is when you come to our office, it is the same thing you meet. We don't have any hidden charge, except for at the point you're picking the form, you're giving us 5,000.
That's processing fee.
Processing fee. So once I show interest and I pick a form, I pay 5,000 naira.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's all you'll be paying outside the actual price of 750. Yes.
Okay. So for that area, that's Abara.
Yeah.
Abara.
Yeah.
Lands around that region going at this price 750 now, because a lot of people will be wondering if
we have
they're buying
other real estate.
Okay.
We have one real estate actually just behind us. And the real estate is selling for 950. We're in front of them, but we're selling for 750.
Their plot of land is even behind yours, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Directly behind ours, actually. And
they're selling for 950.
For 950.
But you're selling for 750. And even at 750, you're saying, look, bring 30%.
Yeah, because originally, like I told you,
was your target
was the staff.
SANU.
So it was after we started selling to the staff that some people called from outside and said, can't you sell to us? Also, we said, okay, let's just make it open, giving them the same deal.
So we should say a big thank you to Sano for extending this opportunity to the rest of us here now. But for the members of Sano who have been buying this so far, has there been any complaints? Let me just get that.
Not at all.
We haven't
because we are, like we said earlier, we are partnering with them. We have gone there, investigated everything about the land. So we are like working with them. Why will I remember? If non-members can never have a problem, talk less of Sano members.
If there was a problem, of course, I think he wouldn't be here now.
Well, I just need to hear from the horse's mouth in case. All right, then you said you have inspection days. When are your inspection days?
Okay, our inspection days are Wednesday by 10 a.m. and also and Saturday also 10 a.m. Then you can also reach us. Let's just call our numbers.
Go ahead, please.
You call Desire on 070 30 347 1332. I'll call that number again, 070 30 47 1332.
You can reach George on 080 333 67094. Let me take that again, please. 080 333 67094.
All right. So who is eligible to buy this land? Who are the
Everybody
clients
and anybody is anybody and anybody, you know, they are eligible to come for this property. And let me also say this, you know, we're actually running out of, you know, plots. We're almost selling out, though we have planned to launch into our phase 2 project. But currently, you know,
is the phase 2 also located around that area?
Yes, our phase 2 is located around that area. And I also want to say this is, you know, that area, you know, we have other institutions outside the River State University. We have the Stella Maris Institution. We also have the Telsen Polytechnic and other, you know, industries along that express. So, you know, it's a property that when you buy now, the appreciation rate is very high. You know, before now, that's around May, we were selling for 650. Then as soon as we'll go to August, the price changed. Now we're doing 750. I'm also planning to do 1 million at January. In fact, as soon as the school open, May, the school is commencing academic activity. The price will change further.
All the cost of properties around the community will change as soon as the school commences, and that is by May, actually.
Because of demand now. At that point.
The demand will be very high, actually, because the development will just, you know, there's some students actually coming there. So people want to build those hostels, you know,
lecturers,
cafeteria, lecturers, a lot of things. So it's a real business center.
All right.
That the entire.
So I mean, I particularly don't have an idea where this area is. So if you could give me an example, how many minutes drive from the Obikwere interchange?
Okay, sir.
From Obikwere interchange, how many minutes drive is it to this place you're talking about?
Well, you can also access it from there, you know, but that will be actually very far.
Okay.
Now, the best place to access this place is through a greater roundabout. From a greater roundabout to this location is about 5 minutes.
Ah, okay.
Then
5 minutes.
From the Obikwere to Igrita should be just about 10-15 minutes, I think.
Thereabout.
Yeah.
So that means it's not. I'm just trying to position to figure out the area.
So from the location you mentioned to the place would be about
15 to 20
minutes, actually.
15-20 minutes, and you're there. So that for me, it's prime. You're almost at the city center from that destination. So even for people who want to just move a bit out of town, I think it's a great area to start picking up your properties from, especially as you're giving it as this subsidized rate of 750,000 as against what is obtainable as 950.
For those individuals that don't want to build their properties at the place, you can just buy, and when the price goes up, you sell it.
For land banking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually.
So we have gotten who is eligible as long as you have 200 and how much?
225,000
down payment.
That's the down payment.
That's the down payment.
If you have that down payment, you're eligible. Come buy your property.
But
and
we will
the rest
encourage
is
you.
spread through the year.
Let's encourage you to do outright payment so that
If you
we
can,
allocate to you. You possess your plots. You can start, you know, doing anything on that property.
as much as that is open, it's also nice to let people understand that even with that 30%, they're also
They can
welcomed on
actually-
board.
Yes. they're on
So there are
board,
people who, if you continue to hint at that, some will say, okay, we don't have that particular money now, and then you let those ones go. It's open for everybody.
Yes,
for
it
those
is,
who have
actually.
outright, and for those
For
who
those
have
who-
30%. This is just to accommodate as many people as possible. And I think it's important that you call these numbers now because they said there's just limited properties. You don't want to miss out on the promo going on now.
Okay,
The
you
numbers to
call Mr. Desire on 070-3047-112. I'll call the number again. 070-3047-1332.
Or you can call George on 080-333-67094. Let me take it again, please. 080-333-67094.
All right, then. The office, where's your office located?
Our office is located in UST campus at the SANU Secretariat. That is one. Then our second office is at number 158 Romo Precom, Iwofe Road. You get there, you see gathers, you call us, we chat, and we'll take you for inspection whenever you want.
Wednesdays and
Wednesday and Saturday.
For those, okay, let me also add this. For those that will not be available on these 2 days, that they can call us to negotiate a very
private
convenient time.
visits.
Yeah, so we can actually take them.
Fantastic. I'll have your numbers one more time.
Yeah.
Your numbers one more time.
070-3047-1332. I'll call it again. 070-3047-1332.
Or
Thank you,
George,
Mr. Sire.
Yeah, George on 080-333-67094. Let me take that again. 080-333-67094.
Mr. George, thank you so much. Chief Wilcox,
Yeah,
last
you,
word to
madam.
those who are listening to you.
Well, we encourage and assure every interested members of the public, including our members of the university community outside San, to take advantage of this great opportunity because it will not last.
Thank you so much.
And it will not come for the second time.
Please let it come for the second. Please let it come for the second time. Thank you so much for coming on the show. All right, so we wrap up on this. We'll continue with today's quest in just a moment. Opinion poll comes up in just a bit. Stay with us. You're still listening to the Premium Talk News and Sports Station, Today 95.1 FM.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
You are still here with me on Today 95.1 FM. We've been going through the papers and it has been quite an interesting conversation this morning. And the last story was why direct primary law would retard democracy. Like, even if you're propagating some form of democratic action, that means everybody gets to decide the kind of leader they want. Imposing that move on a political party is taking away some form of their democratic powers. I didn't say that before, but it is what it is. We spoke about that, and we move on to other things now. We also have here this story from the Guardian newspaper, why we found NSAS panel's reports unreliable. This is what the Lagos Attorney General is saying. And Adegborua kicks his white paper full of inaccuracies and cover-ups. Huriwa George others blast Sanwo-Olu over white paper. The Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State, Moyesore Onigbanjo, yesterday explained that many contradictions in the report of the state's judicial panel on police brutality made the findings of the panel unreliable, leading to the rejection of some conclusions of the report. The state government had on Tuesday released the white paper on the report submitted by the judicial panel. The panel had submitted 2 reports, one on the case of police brutality and another on the Lekki shooting incident of October 20th, 2020, on November 15th, where it listed 9 fatalities from the Lekki shooting. But the white paper, citing what it described as fundamental inconsistencies, rejected the figure, adding that the findings were not supported by evidence. Buttressing the government's stance in an interview on Arise TV yesterday, Onigbanjo, head of the 4-man white paper committee, said the panel's findings on the Lekki shooting at the toll gate were contrary to the evidence provided, adding that the panel's reports created doubts and gaps and did not explain how they arrived at that conclusion, the names, who shot them, and when they were shot. The panel said they found the report of Professor Obafunwa, who conducted autopsy on all the bodies picked up around Lagos during the protest, not just Lekki, credible. But Obafunwa said of all the bodies he conducted autopsies on, 3 came from Lekki, and only 1 out of those had gunshot injury. And the panel then said, we believe you and we accept your evidence because there is nothing to the contrary. It means that Professor Obafunwa, what he said outweighs every other piece of evidence before the panel. Then the panel went on to say there were 9 dead. If you look at that page where the deaths on the Lekki toll gate were listed, they did not explain how they arrived at that conclusion, the names, who shot them, and when they were shot. So what a contradiction, because what Obafunwa said is different from the conclusion they are now reaching. And there are so many others. They also said one Nathaniel Solomon died at Lekki toll gate. It turns out that Nathaniel Solomon was a witness before them and handed a petition in respect of his late brother. Take another example. They said 9 persons died and they awarded compensation to only 1. Why? If you believe 9 persons died, why not awarding compensation to the other 8 persons? These contradictions and many more made this particular finding unreliable, because for a finding that somebody died at a scene to be acceptable, there must be no doubt. Onibanjo stated that the 2 reports from the panels will be released to the public soon to allow the people make their own judgments from the findings. So, we did say we'll speak about this yesterday, Manuel. So here we are with the white paper report. And Onibanjo says there's so many inconsistencies. He mentioned the fact that if you said 9 died, why are you compensating just 1 person?
Much loved.
Spoke about the Nathaniel Solomon, and you say he died, yet Nathaniel Solomon was a witness. I don't know. There's not. I don't think you can say there's only one Nathaniel Solomon, as far as I'm concerned. What if he's a different Nathaniel Solomon? So Nathaniel Solomon was there, and there's another one who died. Are you saying that he has to be the same? Well, this is just my thoughts. Let's move on. And then he mentioned the fact that they just wrote the name. They just said 9 people died. They didn't write, their names, who shot them, and where they were shot. There was no explanation as to how they got about those 9 people. And then there's that of Professor Obafunwa, where they said his evidence before the panel outweighs every other piece of evidence they have. So if that's what they're saying, then, and Professor Fabunwa is saying that only 1 body he saw got a gunshot injury from the 3 bodies that was brought to him from Lekki, then why are they insisting that 9 people died if they already said, look, Fabunwa's evidence outweighs every other?
Who says Professor Fabonwa, whatever.
The panel.
He said the panel.
The panel said, this is, let me quote them verbatim.
Good.
And not what Onibanje, how he explains it. This is what they said. We believe you. We believe you, Professor Obafonwa.
Yes.
And accept your evidence because there's nothing to the contrary. Now, Onigbanjo is explaining this to mean that Ofabunwa's evidence outweighs every other piece of evidence before the panel. I don't think so.
Well, I think
that I said I agree with your evidence, and there's nothing to the contrary. That means I agree with you that you dealt with somebody, and the person had gunshot wounds, and it's just one person that you dealt with. So there's nothing to the contrary to that. Yes.
Because what before me ordinary was that there was 9 persons. I agree with your own evidence. They called him. They didn't just call him to come and give an evidence. They called him because there was an accusation on ground that there were 9 or 7 persons or whatever that were killed. Then he came and said, no, I didn't receive this number of persons. These were the number of persons I received. But out of them, there was only 1 gunshot wound. And the panel, if the panel did say that we believe you, and also went a step further to give a reason for why they believed
there's nothing contrary to that.
That there was nothing contrary to that. Then the Attorney General is correct to say that evidence, there was nothing that could change that the evidence that the so-called forensic expert had given.
All right, I'll get to that.
Well, I think for me, the Anabanjo, whatever. Onibanjo is making a sweeping general comment on that particular issue. For me, I believe Professor Bafunwa, to the extent of what he has said. He said 1 person, and there is no other thing we see contrary. We believe in that. But I want to believe that there are still room for other people to feature. That's my understanding of what Bafunwa.
I don't understand the other people featuring. From the that inference from the panel is coming from their concluded report. What they wanted.
Wherever it's coming from.
Because if you're saying that no evidence, no other evidence, that this evidence, we believe in this your evidence and no other evidence, and that was at the end of the panel, from which other place do you want to get another fact?
No, we must also...
And that's what the Attorney General is questioning.
No, we must also understand that the panelists were not drunk. See, to have said, Abafunwa, it is your own alone. Meanwhile, they had said 9 persons died.
That is a contradiction the Attorney General is raising.
So the contradiction.
How can you say at one swing, yes, no other evidence, there's no evidence before us that shows something contrary?
Yes, I'm thinking for me that there's no evidence that shows that you, Dr. Professor Fabunwa, you dealt with 9 bodies. There's no evidence that shows that you dealt with 9 bodies. Doesn't take away the fact that there could be other bodies elsewhere.
Yes.
I don't understand how can.
No, that's how I interpret it.
Yes, you see,
that's how I see it. That
yes.
If you said that all I dealt with was just 1 person and the 1 person had gunshot wounds, then I will agree with you because there's nothing that shows proof to me that you dealt with more.
I would agree.
But it doesn't take away the fact that indeed more people died.
I am the investigator here before me. I'm the investigator here. You've come here to give evidence.
Maybe we should get to the lawyer.
The lawyer, we'll get to him. Before me here is 7 deaths or 9 deaths, and I am cross-examining you, a witness that have come. If you tell me there's only 1 person, if I have any contradiction,
No. Professor Ofabunwa said, of all the bodies that were brought to him, 3 came from Lekki. Of all the 3 bodies he dealt with, only 1 had gunshot wounds.
Good. To that extent,
I'm coming. The lawyer will come in, but let me show you something that will interest you. Professor Ofabunwa, I can't remember the name. Ofabunwa, is it? Bafunwa. Professor Bafunwa was called in here for a purpose, and the purpose was because there is a dispute as to whether people died or not. He was a forensic expert that came to clear something, and the thing before the panel at that time was that 7 or 9 persons were killed. That was what was before the panel. Now, if that was what it is, let's take a small investigative time. The so-called witnesses have come.
No.
The challenge before the witness will be a simple question to show whether or not, and that's why he was an expert that was brought in, to show whether or not, in actual fact, this number of persons died. At the end of whatever interrogation, if you conclude as a panel that there is no other evidence, and that this is your evidence, because the man said, no, I did not receive extra numbers, these were the numbers I received, these were the persons I saw, and out of those ones, it's only one person that had a gun wound. All he came to do, if you ask me, was to either verify or say no to whatever evidence that was existing. And he did that, and you accepted it.
Doc.
If you did accept it, that's what the attorney general is contesting.
Doc,
if you did
Doc.
accept it.
Okay, Dr. Emmanuel,
Doc.
I'll just pause you for a bit. And Emmanuel,
Yes.
I'll pause you for a bit too. Let me get to Precious UDK.
Precious UDK is not a judge.
But
You are likely to be a judge.
We want you to come.
You're almost like to be a judge.
We want you to come and judge this matter. Go ahead. Let's hear.
Well, I doubt I can actually dispassionately judge it. You know why? I'm sympathetic to the NSAS protesters in the first place. But for me, let me start this way. If the Honorable Commissioner is saying that there is an allegation, or from the report, there is a finding that 9 persons died, and first compensation was awarded to one person.
One person. That's why I don't.
Why should we be negative? Why can't they now say we will now accord the compensation to the other 8 persons?
8 persons.
See, for me, I don't know why in this our own country we always taking the negative approach to issues. That would make even people say, when you now contradict the panel on the other issues, they cannot agree with you. Okay, if also a witness has come before the court and the witness has testified, if the sole responsibility of the witness is to examine all the dead bodies, and the witness having looked at, and okay, as at that time there may be 9 of them, the witness looks at each of them and now says 3 had injuries, 1 had gun injury. If that witness is the only witness that dealt with the injuries, no other witness testified with respect to that, and then the panel comes in his finding finally to say, having holistically reviewed all the evidence before us, the forensic expert came and said, this is the only person who died from gun injury. We believe him to the exclusion of all others because there is no contrary evidence. You know,
Did they say to the exclusion of all others?
Well,
that's implication.
That's implication. Let me rephrase to suit exactly the purpose.
Please.
If the panel has come to say there is no
There's nothing to the contrary.
there is nothing to the contrary. I quite appreciate the other limb of your argument that if nothing to the contrary is with respect to his evidence, limiting it to his own evidence, there is nothing to the contrary from him.
Yeah, exactly.
Or even from the cross-examination with lots of questions he has answered, it is on the one part. But if the panel, this loophole should not in the first place be created by the panel. But I worry most sincerely that we are arguing this thing over loss of life, and the date we are still going back and forth.
Because for me, what I felt here, sorry, Emmanuel, I'll give you an opportunity after this. What I felt is that if they found loopholes within this, they were the ones that constituted the panel. Nothing stopped the people who are doing on the white paper to call back and say, explain these loopholes. What do you mean by this here? Because this is what we deduce. What do you mean? So that there is a collaboration at the end of it, and then they come up with their position. And now what they've done is, we're still, like you said, we're still here arguing back and forth.
Meanwhile, it was the responsibility of the panel to find a solution to it. Well,
because when they were asking yesterday, when Onibanjo was on a rise, and they were asking him, so what did happen on that night? He kept saying, well, that was what we put the panel to. The panel was.
So it's unfortunate that the whole thing is being politicized.
All right.
You see, for me, I didn't hear while Annie was reading that the 9 persons were taken to Professor Bafum.
No, they didn't say so.
Thank you very much. And that being the case, He said, Professor Bafunwa himself said 3 persons.
Well, brought to him from
Thank
Lekki.
you. And to the extent, the horizon of that is evidence. That is where...
There's nothing they have to show that that 20 bodies from Lekki were taken to him. They don't have that evidence.
First, what Prof did say there, what Prof evidence, as far as I'm concerned, witnessing, showed me there was first to say, hey, I did not see 9 persons, meaning there were no 9 persons that died. That's the first one. What I saw as the political party was brought in here.
No, that I did not see 9 persons doesn't mean that 9 persons didn't die.
I'm coming.
I did not attend to 9 persons.
I'm coming. Why was he called in? He was called in to look at a claimed dead persons.
Yes.
You said there are dead persons in Mortuary A. And that, look, come in and examine these persons. The claim before the commission was that 9 persons died. He said, no, I didn't see 9 persons. That's the first one. So where are the 9 bodies? That's what the panel should tell us. Where are the 9 bodies? First. Second, I saw only 3 persons with injuries. But these 3 persons I saw with injuries, only one had a gun shot.
Injury.
Now, from where, if he was the man that you called as a forensic expert to examine this, said he didn't say 9 persons, all he saw is 3 persons. The question will be, how come you are concluding there were 9 persons? Where were those 9 bodies?
See, this is where my agreement to that comes in, because I said they just went on to say 9 persons died. I would have expected the panel to come up with the names of the people that died
they were there.
and where they died. To get, I think that is for me. That is what is missing. The panel should have come up with these people that died, and then would have hinted at where these bodies were or how they arrived at those 9 persons. For me, that was left in limbo. There's no real explanation.
And I have to say that the man was not shown this.
If they are going to use Professor Obafunwa here as a reason why I don't think so. I think for Obafunwa, he was speaking about what he saw. What he saw. That's why it ended. The panel
there are others. Show us. The panel show us.
The panel said, according to what you have given us your evidence, we see nothing contrary.
Simple.
We adopt it.
Simple.
But that
that's my
doesn't take
understanding.
away the fact that there's 9.
There could
what
be
I think
others.
is wrong is that the panel should have gone further and detailed where those other ones are.
To contradict.
You see, Anne, even though the report may be fraught with inconsistencies, as they said, but there's one thing I sense from the white paper. You know, they set up a different committee, either a 4-man committee.
It's a 4-man committee.
Good. For me,
with the Attorney General heading it.
Yes, the committee truly does not want a Lagos state government to be in a federal government black book.
Normally,
that is my understanding.
There's a lawyer here. Normally, for every such commission, there is a white paper commission.
No, I have not said.
He says the intent.
Yes, I have not said.
So then also means that the intent of the other committee too was to come and tell lies.
No, it wasn't to tell lies. They didn't care if they were in the bad books. Those ones did not care if they were in the bad books.
I tell you,
those ones wanted to be pro.
This ones wanted to be on the good books.
That's why I wanted to be pro NSAS.
You said the commissioner, honorable commissioner for justice, and headed the panel.
Yes.
So what right does he now have to come and take a different opinion from what? Has he made the dissenting report?
No, this Onibajo.
Yes.
Yes, he was in the 4-man panel that did the white paper.
Good. So, but if he has not made a dissenting report, he has no right to question what is there. He was part of the.
No, he wasn't a part of the commission.
He wasn't part of the commission.
He is a part of the white paper drafting committee.
They raised another They raised another 4-man committee.
It's not a part of
to come up with the white paper that the panel gave to them 15th of November. So this 4-man that we had Onibanjo on are the ones that came up with this final paper.
He's salvaging the image of his government. That is very
if you say that, there's something here that Dr. Emmanuel Irayanama said. If you say that, then that means the other panel, were they doing that just to pander to the wills of those who are pro-NSAS?
No, let me explain.
That's what you mean.
The government is a metropolitan force, as powerful as the government. So who else could be against the government?
People could be against the government.
In the first place, dog, it wasn't. It was the pro-people rally.
No.
In the first place,
and anti-government. Pro-people anti-government.
In the first place, it was the Lagos state government that set up
the
panel.
As a request by the people.
And doesn't mean that the panel cannot have sentiments towards
no, Annie, let me
Pro people according to you.
Pro SAS people.
It's not
Pro and SAS. Sorry, let me put it right.
What I'm trying to say is, first, the Lagos State government set up this panel.
Yes.
The panel has, in quote, dispassionately done its job.
So can we say that the white paper panelists have done that dispassionately too?
Well, he's an employee of the state government. It will be difficult to say that. Yes.
See, you know, Annie,
he's paid by the state government. You cannot.
People like Adeburu.
Can he go against the government?
People like Adeburu, I think, said that Samuel Olu personally invited them also. Said with some people like you, we need you here and all that. I want to add his level of the law. He could have also been asked. See, when these inconsistencies were cited, if they call Adeburu and said, perhaps others of his level, why are these the panel you were part of? Look at the inconsistencies. What happened here? I don't think it will be against any law if they could outline. Are these things here? Because perhaps putting everything together, some were not proofread or whatever, I don't know. And then they explain before even the white paper. That inconsistency may have been narrowed to where there will be none.
Is it a way of asking that when a matter comes to Supreme Court or an appeal court, you go and call
but it's not none of them.
So that we look at. Of course, that's what it is.
It is
comparatively when you say a commission has finished her work, as it were. The mandate for this so-called white paper committee was take this document, review it, and then come up with a final report for us. That's what they asked them. So why should I go and call those of them that participated in the panel that gave this report for which I'm going to review? Why should I call them?
Good. See, for me,
am I judging them? It's just to review the paperwork, that's all, and give my report.
The people that make up this four-man review, and the white paper committee, looks to Emmanuel Ndukwe like those who are governor's friends.
And that's why I asked, are the other ones, is the panel members?
No, let me explain that one.
Friends to answer persons?
No.
So why should the other one be there?
No. That A is not, doesn't mean B.
Because it was the same government too that chose them. So they cannot be for this.
What do you think of Onibanjo can stand against this
one after the other? If not,
Onibanjo, or whatever his name, the Attorney General, can never stand against Lagos State government.
I agree with him.
I'm telling you, he must support them.
I have cited cases for you here.
Which one?
The River State government under Odili came up with a law called River State Employment Law. The Chief Judge of the state, Ichoku, we took the case to court. Ichoku was one that gave judgment that the state government had no such right. Was he not the paid employee?
Sorry, there is a difference between the Honorable Attorney General and the Chief Judge.
Yes. Have any state governor removed the Chief Judge?
No,
in this country?
I agree with him.
There's
a difference between the Chief Judge and Attorney General.
Attorney General is a political appointee.
I also want to show the level of powers, and I raise the very simple question. Has in this country that you and I, because our claim is this magnifying these positions, these executive positions to meaning
Thank
that
God you are saying claim.
Yes, and that's why I'm looking at it.
Be right or not.
That's why I'm looking at it. Magnifying to look at they can, because of this person, I will see the writing and I'll call it bad. What I want us to look at are the observations.
If the governor
anything
wants
contrary to that,
sorry, Doc.
Yes.
If the governor wants to sack the Honorable Attorney General now,
yes,
all he needs to do is to tell the commissioner to go on air and announce it.
Yes.
But he can't do that for the Chief Judge.
So he can't do it.
Finally, can he be removed? Do we have history of Chief Judges removed?
The process of going through it is cumbersome. You can never determine the end.
Yes.
And you can never determine the end.
I can mention several of them that have been removed and there was no end. We saw the end and the end happened.
No. You can't determine the end.
No, in the end.
The Honorable we will not go back. We are not going back to Egypt. We are not going back to Egypt.
No, you said many names. Why?
We are not going back to Egypt.
We are not going to Egypt, but mention.
We have moved on.
And I have to show you how cumbersome that process
is. It was still people who did it. How
cumbersome the process
There's a big difference between a judge and an Attorney General.
No.
So let's agree that the Honorable Attorney General of Lagos State is doing the bidding of the Lagos State
government. That I would refuse to agree.
No, you have
he has given you reasons. Let's look at those reasons, whether they are germane or not. And again, I like the last thing he said. He said, we are going to publish the two.
Yes, that's the angle I like.
Yes, also this is our,
so one is fact finding, one is fault finding. His own is to find fault.
Of course, the white paper committee is to look at the veracity of whatever you have done.
But that's the intention
of the white paper.
To look at you.
If you did, I mean, those days we used to mark where I can jump things. When you finish marking, there's one simple committee there that all they do is to get all the things we've marked and then go through whether we are drunk when we did it or we just awarded marks. They go through and they say, no, this one is okay. And then the board approves it and says, yes, it's okay. That's what that white paper group is doing. Look back at what was done.
Yes, it's part of their job.
That's their job. So you critique this decision. Is it valid?
But
yes.
No.
But
for me, whatever color it takes, Odibanjo cannot say, you see this state governed by Samuelu, I stand against it. No, you shouldn't have. He must support it.
No, I mean, what would have been easy to do would be like if he did agree with the position of the panel, he would say, well, the panel was right in what they came up with. It not be him coming up with that position. The panel itself was who came up with the position. So he just said, yeah, it's right.
So
he could have absolved himself if he wanted to, if he felt that there was something.
Is it that the legal profession does not have a way of holding people who merely go and then agree, concur?
No, but you know the problem.
No, I want to know. There's a lawyer here.
I said they don't have.
The implication.
No, even if you don't have. They don't have a record of conduct.
Someone look and fire him.
We do.
So the lawyer can just fire him.
Is it
fire him
NJC?
Part of the things. Not NJC.
The
bar.
Legal practitioner
The legal
disciplinary committee.
What? How many people with this business?
So much. I'm telling you, the other day.
How many people with this business?
Numberless.
The ones I'm seeing. How many people?
No, we don't.
No. You know the challenge we have is that people are so afraid that they won't even write. As I am talking to you now, there is a petition. In fact, the disciplinary committee in our last committee gave us report. We have indicted some lawyers and we are taking it up. The truth is, people, when a lawyer does wrong, take it up, report, write a petition against him. We self-regulate. This is a very noble profession, and we don't condone. We don't condone.
There you go.
He has come like Onibanjo.
You know. All right, we're going to open the phone lines in just a moment. We did say we're going to talk about this white paper yesterday, so there you are. We finally felt that it was necessary we talk about it. We brought it up today. It's still in the papers anyways, because I mean the argument doesn't stop. For me, it was just a shame that we're still left in the limbo with what happened on that night. It doesn't seem as if the panel was able to comb through the processes properly and come up with a watertight report, and that the reports they came in with, the 4-man committee that were drafted to write a white paper on it were easily able to pick it apart. Because as much as some people will share sentiments that, oh, the people who did die there, you couldn't have had all those pictures that we saw and you know, the live scene that we saw, and then you want to come up and wish that away, that it never happened. It happened because we saw it happen. And the fact that I think yesterday they asked him, they said the police officers who were drafted there usually are issued 15 rounds or thereabout rounds of ammunition, and then they were issued 60 to 70. Why were they issued 60 to 70? And what's his name again? The Attorney General said, oh, but then if you check it, it was just one officer that eventually went there. But the question still lies, why were they given 60 rounds? 60 rounds were given to the police officers for what? And they said they were shooting in the air. Really?
Those are the things I expected the panel to come out with.
That's what I'm saying. That unfortunately the panel, I felt the panel would have done a deeper job.
Property.
Why would you have 60 rounds? What was that 60? Because I mean, for I don't want to say sinner clients because we're saying here now. We can't keep saying sinner clients like we're insane here.
We are sin.
Because in some cases they'll tell you that there is intent. Intent is enough to nail you in 7 things. So you have 60 rounds. There was an intention with you having 60 rounds. Why were you issued 60 rounds? So if your intent was to shoot those 60 rounds, at who, at what? And there's no way you can say because you're going to expel 60 rounds that your 60 rounds will not have gotten 1 human being or 2 human beings. You can't explain that at a crowd, a charging crowd. So I mean, for me, the panel had lots of opportunities where they could have done a lot more. I don't know whether they felt that
whatever they eventually recommended.
I don't know. I don't know what they
just,
felt. Maybe they felt that they were not going to get the evidences they needed, or if they pursued certain areas that people. Because I mean, even when they spoke about the Lekki Tollgate Company, when they asked them to bring in the video feed, they said it took forever. They kept asking for it. They didn't come with the video feed. Eventually, when they did bring it in, they found out that it was distorted. At one point, it seemed to see they manipulated it, back and forth. So maybe they felt that if we proceed to get into to ask certain questions, we might not get the reports that we need,
so
or the evidence that
why not limit yourself to
for me,
to the fact that you didn't receive
no,
the
that's what I
evidences?
said. Regardless to that,
Regardless,
that's what I'm trying to say. Regardless whether you'll have gotten the evidences or not, you should have still pursued that course. You'll have gone that way and said, look, we did this to this point, we got to here, and then nobody
here, we didn't get this.
One question I have is, why will 9 persons die? You compensate one.
Because they don't.
Is going
they
on?
can't trace they can't trace the other 8.
It's the same question you're avoiding.
They can't trace the other 8. And so if you can't trace the other 8, what makes when
How
did
do
you
you
get them?
conclude?
That's what I'm saying. But that they want to use Professor Obafonwa's position to back that, no, that's the one I don't agree with. No. Obafo was talking about his own. They said yes, as regards your own.
Obafonwa's circle is limited, and within that framework, that's why
they should set another panel to go and investigate.
I like that.
No, because because they don't want to own up to what happened, and for those people who lived through that period, I mean, you can't hide the truth forever.
There are a lot of people that have appeared and said they are. In fact, they were there while they killed a lot of people. They were there and they were
I have asked and I have kept asking is, there's people that died. Don't they have relations or parents?
I'll tell you something about.
Why didn't the parents come to this panel?
Let me tell you something. This what they call these people. Oh God, what's his name now? This one that is continually in the problem with government. This Zaria man. That had.
No, Zazaki.
El Zazaki, when eventually they said the police came later and shot and killed all the people that they killed, then, I mean, we went and were screaming that soldiers shot who they shot, and soldiers said, well, they refused to leave the way eventually and all of that. I didn't see the parents of those people come out and say that my son is missing.
It means that nobody died.
Have we even seen nothing in Nigeria?
The army themselves that said that they had to do at that cost at that point so that they can
to open the door, they didn't show us human being that
Some parents have even appeared on television and said they are ready. Let government. How can government be saying
was the committee closed?
Doc, have we not seen here in Nigeria where police officers, army officers with that, they will reduce the number? Have we not seen here in this country?
Right here.
So what are we
here in River State, we mentioned the officers who shot at people. And then eventually they mess up the story.
Exactly.
We're dealing with that here.
It's unfortunate that this is being done on human lives.
When there's an MO, there's a modus operandi of a particular system. You can't say no, in this particular one, that modus operandi didn't play out.
Exactly.
We've known you to have this particular pattern. You don't know how to deal with the crowd. The only way you know how to deal with the crowd is shoot at them. That's what you know. That's how you deal with us. So what will suddenly enter your head that you get to Lekki and say, no, we won't shoot at you? That's our modus operandi here. We will not apply it. It's impossible to think of it. That's why Germany said, send your people to us. Let's teach them how to handle crowds in the riot.
Yeah, let Germany come here. And then see the kind of persons whether they can stand it.
That's why you shoot at them.
You think that because you can use water bottle to throw people, come here, let's tell you the real thing, and then we know.
That is why you shoot
when the crowd has already been accused of attempting to take over.
All 4 nights are open.
But our security men, there's a way
they don't have any answer to deal with a raging riotous group of people. The only thing they know is shoot them, let them die. So I mean, you asking where is evidence? Where is evidence? I want to know. Usually, when we see riotous people, I mean, the other day this one was caught on camera. People's houses caught Nigerian army shooting at El Zazaki's people that were protesting. Some fell on the floor. They used their guns, were hitting them on the floor, shooting the legs of some. You're already on the floor, you're shooting him there. Then suddenly you said the army or the ones that we sent to Lekki, those ones we trained them specially, those ones don't used to shoot. He's only in the air.
Yeah.
As well. Alright, the phone lines are open. Numbers to dial is 0810-9510-951 or 0817-0000-951. Those are the numbers to dial to get through to us. And don't forget that you can send us text messages. Send them to 07019339962. 0701-933-9962. So let's start off with the very first call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Elani, good morning.
Good morning.
The guest in the studio, good morning. Zolani, on a very lighter note, on the issue your colleagues we are laughing about, on this issue of German police or people coming there, why it is working for them is because the government has learned how to be accountable to the people in a way. But we have a system where the government is not responsible when people are sent to do assignments. Instead of you waiting for it to come, you have people like Minister Lai Mohammed come and prompt or preempt whatever thing would have come out of it. And I can bet you, if not for all these things the Lai Mohammed had done earlier, probably would have had a different report. But because they have come out, of course, Lagos State is an APC state. You can't bring something that will negate the position of the government at the center. That is why we have what we have here. So I don't know. I still have to tell my fellow Nigerians because we are left in a situation where we just have to manage ourselves by ourselves. Anything you can avoid, you try to avoid because the police will continue to control in their modus operandi. They will kill you, give you charges. On one of the occasions I was driving and the police officer brought me out for nothing. They show me your papers, I gave him papers. The next thing I had was, he didn't tell me to open my boot and he gave me a very hot slap. And I looked at my mouth, there was blood. My mom was very angry. I said, please don't be angry. I told her, she is me the slap. I enter the car, when we enter, I said, see where we are. You start arguing with these people, the next minute they will shoot me and level against me all manner of allegations that we cannot even, if I'm alive, I can't even defend you or come out of it. So let's leave them and go. That is what we are now. So we can only pray for God to send us messiahs in form of political leaders, both at the state and federal government level, that we make things work the way it ought to work.
Right,
thank you and God bless you. I'm Obonna from Port Harcourt.
Obonna from Port Harcourt. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry about that slap. The numbers to dial is 0810-951-0951 or 0817-000951. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Annie.
What's your name?
My name is Philip Kansamale.
All right, great to have you. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just something I want to suggest. This APC government, I think in 2023, if it happens that another government comes in power, it is not APC, I think they can revisit that election issue. And I think they can also constitute another committee that will go into that
most
issue
likely.
and bring the
Most likely.
issue that happens.
I said it's most likely. Yes, it's most likely.
Okay. Let them do whatever they want to do. Another government will come and revisit that issue. Because the other man was saying that it is 99 people that they died, and now they are arguing about it, so they should leave it. The next government will go into a root of that issue and
Nine people. They said 9 people. The panel said 9 people died.
Okay.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Don't forget they can send us text messages too. Please send them to 070-19339962. WhatsApp and text messages. Hello. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Annie.
Yes, please. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I'm Congo, please, calling from Akukavili.
Great to have you, Congo. Go ahead.
The Lekki issue, my sister. Let me greet you again, my friends, and all that if I go. Okay, my good morning.
Good morning, Congo.
Thank you, my good brother. The Lekki issue. The woman, the man handling gun, the woman like you, and you are ordinary civilian. What of if you, ordinary civilian, want to disarm the army or the police? What do you think the person will do? You see, that's what I used to tell people. Method of reacting to issues. Bring up matters that consult will begin to say, oh. Let me say in this perspective, if really the civilians were calm, demonstrating or carrying out whatever thing they're doing, without, I'm alleging, I do not know because I was not there, without tampering with the man on the goal, you think they would have shot? No, I do not know. Thank you, Annie.
Thank you very much. Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Annie, good morning.
Morning. Great to have you. Your name and where you're calling from.
I am Mr. Bright. I'm calling you from Rumibo.
Great to have you. Go ahead.
Yes. And there is something I want to point out from that statement of Lagos State Attorney General. He said that Professor John Obafunwa, the pathologist, was the pathologist that conducted autopsies on all the bodies found in Lagos State, not just Lekki, that testified before the panel. Before that panel, there was no other pathologist that conducted autopsy and that testified. And now all the bodies that were brought in during that period, that Dr. John Obafunwa was the only pathologist that conducted autopsy on them. And then he found out that only 3 came from Lekki, and of all the bodies that he conducted autopsy on, only 1 died of gunshots. So even though they were to say, okay, 8 others could have died, just like some of you are trying to argue, who conducted the autopsy for the panel to have concluded 8 others could have died? If the only pathologist that appeared before them said it was only 1 gunshot body that he conducted autopsy on, for you to say massacre by the army through gunshots, who testified before the panel that shows that other 8 bodies were shot? Nobody. That is what Dr. Emmanuel is trying to prove. And he leaves a lot. If the only man who has the authority, who appeared before the panel to testify that the people were shot, and the man only said only 1 gunshot, because they went to so many mortuaries in Lagos and conducted autopsy on the bodies brought in during that period, and it was only 1 gunshot body they found. Where did the panel, who appeared before the panel to tell them that other persons were shot? Do you know why it's like this? We are living in a period of time where people have succumbed to peer pressure. That is just what the panel did. If they had come out with the truth, and you would not have believed, just like you're saying now. Other persons wouldn't have believed. Although people may have...
No, hold on. Let me pause you right there. Okay. Nobody here is believing because the panel came up with that. Some of us believe even before the panel came up. And some of us believe because we saw pictures of what was going on there. Some of us believe because there were those that we know who were there live. Some of us believe because we saw... Yes. Hold on. Yes, we saw pictures. Some of us believe because we watch live feeds. Some of us believe because we know the people who were there when this happened. Some of us believe because we know the modus operandi of our security agents. So yes. It's not because of the panel.
No, the pictures you saw that happened live, those who did it said they took people to hospital. And the panel report showed that people were injured of gunshot injury. People were injured, but not that they were killed. And the panel report also indicated that those persons were treated.
So, okay, in any case here, are you trying to say it's okay to injure them, don't kill them?
Okay,
no, is that what you're trying to say? Are you saying it's okay, injure them, shoot at them, let them be injured?
Yes, security-wise, it's okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that what you're saying? It's okay that they got injured, but then that they didn't die?
That's not what I'm saying, but security-wise, if a group of protesters become haywire that the security men cannot, and they become even dangerous to the life of the men, you can injure them. Security-wise, it's okay.
So from what you saw at Lekki at that time, with those people who were sitting down, they were becoming haywire.
Why did you think they were not becoming haywire?
Because I saw them sitting down. I didn't see them getting haywire. The only time they started running was when they started shooting. They were not getting. It was because the reason they were even there, the police was there. It was because of a curfew. They said there was a curfew, so they didn't need them there. Not because there was any haywire.
Why did they not obey the curfew if they were not becoming haywire?
That's what I'm saying. There's haywire is a different thing entirely. People were there because they were protesting. The government said they have a curfew. We're sending security agents to enforce our curfew.
The curfew, okay. Why did they not leave before the government?
That's what I'm saying. That's not haywire. People said we're not going to go. We will not go. We're sitting down here, and then they sat down there. It's a different thing from being haywire.
What do you call that if they refuse to obey government order?
Protesting.
You call it protesting?
Yes.
Oh, that's your language. Then
it's a language. Yes, just the same way you said haywire.
Let me point out something to you.
Go ahead.
FARC, by 2 p.m. on October 20, 2020, FARC has tweeted and called all of them to leave the road that the protest had been.
And is that FALS's protest? What makes FALS the owner of the protest?
But then that makes them haywire. If they do not have somebody they are listening to, that makes it haywire. I wanted you to answer that now. So that makes
No,
it
sir.
haywire.
No, it doesn't.
I only try to point out a place for you which maybe we didn't look at or you didn't look at. The only pathologists that appeared before the panel conducted autopsy on all the bodies in the entire Lagos state. And he found out only one gunshot injury.
All right, then. Okay.
How come the panel could conclude that?
All right, we got your thoughts. Thank you very much. I've got to let you go so other people can call. But I do understand that some people were reporting that bodies were found in the lagoon. Some people reported that. I didn't say that. There's nothing I know that can buttress that. But I'm just saying, if that was a possibility, would you expect that those bodies that were in the lagoon will end up in the mortuary?
Well, that's the lagoon one.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
I also did know that some persons were said to have died who also came on air to say, I am alive. I was not there.
Very possible.
So,
in that sort of situation, there's a lot of possibilities.
So that's why I said I'm not going to believe anything. I expected this panel, this so-called panel, to come up with facts. The problem I have.
No, you're not saying you're not going to believe anything. You've already chosen what you believe.
No.
You already said it. You said I believe that nobody died.
Of course, yes.
That's so you. That's a belief, right?
Given the report, given the findings at the panel was the one that would have shown me otherwise. Because I've heard the ones that said people died, and then finally some of the persons they claimed died came out to say, no, I am alive. I wasn't even there at the time. I was in Abuja at the time. And they said I was in Lagos. I wasn't in Lagos.
Who was in this white panel? Who did they?
Not the panel.
Sorry, the paper. You said the paper.
No, you need to get rid of them. I said before the question of the panel, several things flew. 90 persons died.
Names were called.
Yes, and then some of those persons claimed they were alive at that time. Now, I expected that this panel would be able to unravel the reality. For such panel to come up, get evidences before them, cannot show the exact evidence that showed that 9 persons died. And then yet you're coming up to conclude that 9 persons died, for instance, and out of the 9 persons, you've come up now, all the evidence you're bringing out, you've not shown who the 9 persons that died are, where they died, and the rest of them. And you're coming with a report. And then a committee is coming to say, no, how can you do these contradictions? You said 9 persons died. The pathologist that did this record, that you claimed you accepted, said this and that. So it is a panel that for me had done,
I agree
they've not given me an answer.
I said the panel had its inconsistency.
Simple.
And where I felt the panel should have done more, they were unable to do so. I have no idea why they didn't. Because if they really did come up with 9 people dead, then how is it that they just wrote the 9 people died? How did you get to those deaths?
And then when you compensate, you're compensating one.
Compensate only one. Like I said, for me, that is a huge issue. The panel at that point really, really did not prove itself, to be honest there. How do you compensate one person? He said that somebody else's death is more...
It's very minimal. That guy they compensated was the
real death. The other one's artificial death.
For me, that particular one, I should think that it's somewhat deliberate by the panel. And until reasons are advanced, we may actually not know. You remember that most of these things are coming up. Most of these things are coming up in piecemeal.
What could be the reason that the panel will say, we recorded 8 people died from this, 9 people died from this event, and out of them 9, please compensate only one.
There will definitely be a deliberate reason, which we need to get. And of course, I don't have it.
But in the report, won't you indicate that the reason why I want you to compensate just one person is because of
But I don't know if you have read the report.
We're all waiting for it.
Good. Until then, because the Honorable Attorney General who's making this can decide to bring this one to the public and leave out this one. So until we read holistically the report.
Okay. We heard you. We heard you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Today 95.1 FM.
Good morning, Annie.
Yes,
good morning, Ugaima.
What's your name and where are you calling from?
Kanima calling from.
Kanima, go ahead.
Annie, for the report that I'm hearing, I want to say that this panel were very lazy in finding, because the way what they are talking there, what I'm hearing from you to analyze is that they are just being paste. This is copy and paste. What the public have been talking about is what is coming out from the panel. There is no concrete evidence that we can say this is what the panel did in the first place. So I don't think, in short, let's wait for the government. We will take the final decision from government because the panel have not done their work thoroughly. Thank you.
All right then, Akanimo, thank you very much. Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Annie.
Please, have you moved away from your radio set?
Oh, thank you. I've done that.
Thank you very much. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Kingsley Ikechukwu, calling you from Eneka.
Great to have you, Kingsley Ikechukwu. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, what we are hearing this morning is breaking our hearts. But our people said that there's a parable they said, Naiburu Uzonyoso or Dikanko. I just want to say this to them all, because we all have brothers there in Lagos when this thing happens. Now they are telling us 1, they are telling us 9, but a day is coming that we all will give account of all our doings on planet Earth. Thank you very much.
All right then, thank you very much. Today 95.1 FM, good morning.
Yeah, Annie, good morning.
Yes, please, what's your name?
Also, good morning to you, the big guy.
All right.
Annie,
what is your name? Where are you calling from?
Okay, okay, speaking from
Okay, good to have you. Go ahead.
Okay. Annie, you see, this autopsy report, you see, there is something that all these autopsy experts used to do, which also confound or bring confusion. Somebody may be shot with a gun and has a gunshot, but the autopsy result will say that he didn't die as a result of the gunshot, but he died of malaria. It's not that he was not shot, though. That is exactly what is happening in this report. The expert person may not have stated all the facts. Even now, I don't think you have also read the report, because there must be a fact leading to whatever incident has happened. Until that full report to be released, then we'll be able to know those facts leading to when one person or one person died, or when the evidence or also result is showing so and so. That is on one side. Secondly, one of their guests said that why is it that the family of those people come from? Yes, that is a very good reason, but you will not expect family to come, because there are some persons who have disowned their family. If somebody has disowned his family, would you expect that family member to come for that person? That is also on one side. Then, I'm very happy that you saw what happened to Ezazaki, because I watched it on the television, where innocent people who are protesting were even shot, and even though that shot them will come and use gun and took on their body. That to tell you the kind of rascality, the kind of army we have and the leadership. And if anything happened to them, it's just like the Wadume, that captain that combined work with Wadume, the kidnapper person. But you know that up till now, he has not been brought to court. Malami has not got, they said the army has to follow due process by court martial. Same me for something that people died, and that army captain is still working. No court martial has been. So this is the same thing like that. Don't expect federal government to do it, because they like killing. They are working for their interest and not the interest of the public.
All right then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we got your thoughts there. Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Annie. I'm calling from Pineki.
Good to have you. Go ahead.
Please, can you remove me from the here? Let me tell you one or two things concerning this information I got, please.
I will be unable to remove you from air now, but if you send me a text message.
Take my number. I want Canada to do his investigative journalism. I have my reservation for Canada. The way they kill people, the way they use e-logs to pass them to lagoon water. Every secret will be revealed to him.
Okay.
So I won't talk more than that.
All right, just send us a text message, okay? Send me a text message.
Okay.
All right then. And in case you're listening, our text message portal, it's 07019339962. That's 07019339962. Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning, Annie and the man and the guest in the studio. My name is Samuel Kyo, calling from Kola.
Samuel Kyo from Kola. Great to have you. Go ahead.
I want to when I was listening this morning, they talked about all the IOCs, that's the multinational companies operating in they are owing Nigeria.
77 of them, not all. 77 of them.
Oh, all right. Owing Nigerian government, what, 2.3 trillion or 2.6
2.6 trillion.
Okay, 2.6 trillion. For how many years? For how many years? So that is since the inception of Nigeria or the inception of this Buhari administration that they are owing that which amount of money. And secondly, I want to know if this IOCs, if really are they remitting or they are paying their dues in Nigeria, this money wouldn't have gone to this level. It's like the way they do things in Nigeria. The way from what I observe is that when their person comes into seat, all the revenue they are supposed to collect, they forget about it. And today maybe they are not going well with the federal government. That is why they are remembering all these debts. Hence, what would run this kind of debt for how many years? People have been owing Nigeria, and nobody is talking about it. But today, you are going to China to borrow money. You are going anywhere you like to borrow money. Meanwhile, the kind of people are owing Nigeria. It's worrisome.
All right.
That's my own take.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Go your thoughts there. Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good day, Annie.
Yes, please. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I greet the wonderful people in the studio. My name is Susie. I'm calling from Erema community.
Good to have you. Go ahead.
Yeah, today I just had a little headache because of the argument to the studio when it got to whether 9 or 1 person were shot at the Lekki, whatever assumption of massacre. It's so, I don't even understand who is actually the anchor person in the studio, but at least as we know you are the anchor person. Followed with a man, they will love you. Because the argument was much. But I want to say something. You know why people could lie at will, whether from the perspective of individual or from the perspective of the government, is because we are running the process that has to do with certain norms that is unknown to us. Andrew Efemini did a very good work in the Department of Philosophy when he talked about the government that has to do with the fact that we have borrowed an ideology from the Western world, and we're talking about the Constitution here. If we had been running a situation that has to do with the followership of our traditional religion, people will come to a place where they will swear an oath in a situation where they will have to tell us the truth, because whether you tell us the truth or the lie, you have to determine your fate, to die or to live. That is the reason why in the aspect of this, whether Lagos State, whatever they call them, right now, we are coming with different results. And people are giving different testimony because they have to swear the Bible or Quran or the Constitution. Now, the issue of the Lekki massacre. Now, somebody said something about the pathology who came to testify about the issue of who was shot and who was not shot. And then we are talking about one person. And then the parliament itself now was talking about 9 persons that were killed. But Lai Mohammed asked a question. How come people were killed in this particular situation and they don't have parents or guardians or whoever to come and claim their corpse? That's the reason why we find ourselves in this situation. So what I want to say in essence is that for you people that are here, you have done a very good job today and you have confused our head in the analysis. But we have to go back home and begin to realize that we have to tell ourselves the truth before we begin to become partisanship or ethnicity in our analysis.
All right,
because
then.
our analysis are based on whether political aspiration, political parties, or in ethnicity. Thank you very much.
All right, then. Thank you very much for your thoughts there. So from WhatsApp, I have got this. It says, good morning, Annie and the guest concerning the NSAS reports and matters arising therefrom. I beg to differ from the argument in favor of the evidence of the pathologist doctor. Why don't we also question the reason why Nigerian security agents abhor or attack whoever may want to record many of these their inhuman activities? This is so in anticipation to quash any possible evidence against them. Nigerian soldiers can do any evil and cover it up. Too bad. This is James from Port Harcourt. Good morning, Annie. The word haywire means to stop working correctly or to become out of control. And the people who were sitting at Lekki, I want to know how they were working. They stopped working correctly or were out of control. Any top of the morning. Over the years is indirect primaries. Let's try direct primaries and see where our problems is coming from. Is indirect primaries that kept us where we are today, and those that have not leadership charisma leading us the way they like. We don't want to experience what we're experiencing today. We want to vote those that can bring back something home, not those that will not bring anything to our people. And in most of them that we voted that don't have big stomach today, their stomach is bigger. Okay, this is from Tango Dategu, so it's bigger stomachs. And you see the mentality of some Nigerians. Someone is actually saying it's okay to shoot at innocent protesters and injure them. In other words, the bullets had instructions to only injure and not kill. You see their mentality. We've got psychophans everywhere. Well, I guess that, like I said, for here we don't have a proper mechanism on how to deal with a riotous crowd. I don't think that we have the wherewithal. Sometimes in Abuja, I saw when they tried to use water from their water cannons. But aside that, where you're supposed to have security formations who will be able to push back groups of people like that, maybe use batons on them. I don't think that is our modus here. Ours is to shoot. We'll shoot in the air. Once you hear that papa, you run. So this is what we do. But you see, my thing is that with shooting in the air, you can't tell who is now shooting directly. You can't tell who didn't raise their gun properly. You can't tell. So a lot of things can happen with that. And so trying to now absolve yourself and say we didn't shoot, that's where it's dicey for me. You may have thought we were shooting in the air, but your bullet must have caught a couple of few people, especially when they reinforced you people with extra bullets. What was the intention? We usually give you 15, but tonight, take 60. Good day. I am Sam. Our government will never agree to what happened at Lekki that night because they know the consequences of their action. Melody in Uniport says anybody can argue, mock, and spit on the grave of the dead because when another man's dead body is carried, it looks like a log of firewood. The day of reckoning is coming. Okay. Brutality and injustice like ours goes around. Well, let's hope that leaders are listening. And our law says he that alleges must prove beyond every reasonable doubt. So why is it seems so difficult for those that are alleging that people were killed in Lekki to prove it till date? And the panel was in a hurry just to get on the side of the people, thereby making a mess of the entire essence of the panel. We must be very careful. On the controversy of Lekki massacre, this Lekki affair has become more like Beirut blast probe. With political correlation, the real facts may likely slip into obscurity. And Maddie David just sent that from Rumo Parali, and I will hate for that to happen. Annie, good morning. Love your program. Keep it up. On the issue of Naira going into extinction. Why is it going to extinction? It can't. He says it can't stop because politicians benefit more from it. Nigerian problem is like a malignant stage of cancer, which is incurable. The government knows the solution to Nigeria's cancer. Pharmacist Daninho, you sent that in. Greetings, guests in the studio. Annie, with respect to NSAS white paper report, the truth is that the present regime have consciously choose to tell lies with tenacity. Nigerian government officials must extricate themselves from lies against the people, for heaven's sake. Onoha, you send that in from Owerri. And in the white paper released by Lagos governor, to me, is just to release his masters, Tinubu and Buhari. Not in this world would he have supported the panel recommendation, or else he would be shown the Ambode way. Remember, he will be going for second term. I weep for Nigeria. Good morning, Annie. Really on top of the morning show today, on the Lagos State position and the white paper panel report that it was full of discrepancies. I totally agree with the Lagos State government. To me, the panel allowed themselves to be manipulated by those disgruntled opposition elements whose main aim was to pull down this administration by all costs and reasons best known to them. Let's say 9 persons were massacred by the military according to their conspiracy theory. Then what next as a responsible government? You need to compensate those deceased family members. Then you come forward and claim their loved ones' entitlement or burial rights. If not, I agree with my super minister, Honorable Lai Mohammed, that even goats when got missing on transit, the owner must go look for them. Talk less of human beings. But to me, this panel was on a different mission entirely. Just to indict the government, period. Lekki massacre remains the biggest scam. My own personal opinion, and I take a bow. This is from Prophet Hoffel from Elingbo. Julian says, I want to make a comment regarding the question you asked as to why police were assigned certain amounts of bullets. First of all, I'm not on the side of government, neither am I fully in support of the NSAS panel claims, because what happened during the NSAS protest was more political than you can imagine. Now, in commenting on your question, I want you to remember that at the time of the protest, which eventually turned into a riot as it was hijacked, that a lot of police were also killed. With such, it is expected that the police will be more prepared to protect themselves to us. No, I'm talking about on the night itself, that night, 20th, 2020, right? That night of October, sorry. Not the next day when the riotous people moving up and down, burning things, not that period, Mr. Julian. He's going with the head cam. He says, he says, we all saw what the hoodlums did, which people don't know. After that Lekki issue, yes, there was your hoodlums who were beginning to destroy things. We saw all of that. And I agree that if it got to that point, you expect that the army, the police will be deployed in such a manner where they can protect themselves and quell what was going on. But we're talking about the ones from a particular station who were deployed to go to that Lekki gate, and then the Lekki bridge, the Lekki toll gate. And this is what the discharge forms showed, that they were assigned 60, in some cases 70. That's what the panel said. Good morning, Annie and the rest in the studio. Regarding the panel reports, we can only have a reliable and accurate reports and judgment if the reporters and judges are guided by justice and righteousness. These qualities can rarely be expressed by imperfect humans. Hence, let's all submit to Christ's leadership, whose throne is sustained by these qualities. Isaiah 11:2-4. Frank, you send that in from Port Harcourt. While we strive for that, we still must continue in governance, don't you think? All right, we've got to go. It's 11:33. Let me see if I can take one more text message here. Good morning, Annie. Honestly, it's quite unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation. The white paper is just a distraction because members of the white panel never received evidence or testimony. The bottom line is that somebody died, not minding the number. Government should value her citizens devoid of political and religious affiliation. This is from Berodogo. Good morning, Annie. Why federal government is denying that nobody died at Lekki Tollgate? They should remember that God is watching. This is from Emmanuel. You say you're sending this from Taraba. I'm not an Igbo guy. I'm from Taraba State. But Namdi have opened my eyes. Please let them free him, okay? When army kills and take the bodies, they throw them into the river. They could not have taken them to any mortuary. So the bodies could not have been available for autopsy. Can you send that in from Port Harcourt? Do you know most of the dead bodies were evacuated by the army? Do you think that CNN will air a report without facts? What of the Facebook Live we were watching? Was it also fake? Ihe Beleme, you send that in. Greetings to you all, Annie. You, Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, are bent on peeking through the pupils of a dead man's eyes. And I wonder what you intend to find or see. Again, are there unknown morgues to the panel where 6 other bodies were sent? If there are, why the haste in reeling out a report that is riddled with logical contradictions? Annie, you could actually speculate like you and Ndukwe are doing right there. But the known and unknown are 2 dead ends going by the forensic report. Annie, has there been any identification of a bereaved relation of any of the 9 dead? Friday, always send that from Chuba. Annie, Lagos governor has done his master's biddings. Let God judge. Ben from Port Harcourt. And it's quite unfortunate that the people within our region here almost all just want to hear that hundreds of people died at Lekki Tollgate to indict the federal government. Our kind of politics here is wicked, and may God deliver us. Elder Chili Edwin, you send that in. And they've got another says, if the white paper had said otherwise, Sanwo-Olu wouldn't dream of a second term. In Nigeria, any right thing that is against the politicians won't be done. Good morning, all. I fear some people in your studio today, how they are looking for evidence of the body of those killed in Lekki. Are they living in Nigeria or mass? I mean, but it's right to ask for bodies. And who are the relatives of the people dead? It's just what normal people would do. Why is Ima defending indefensible? Is it because of his earlier stance of Lekki massacre, of Adegborua, or who, and others? With the inconsistencies, what did they intend to achieve by leaking the reports they submitted? We even had then one person carrying 15 bodies and picking bullet shells at Lekki same time. This is How can one person be carrying 15 bodies? Carrying 15 bodies and picking shell got pellets? No, that's not no now.
Maybe he saw them.
That nobody had that kind of story, please. And top of the morning, why we found NSAS panel report unreliable Lagos State government. So those panels that sat and looked at what really happened at Lekki Tollgate are incomplete people. Chai, Nigeria. And was it not Lagos State government that gave the panel legal backing? Yeah, thank God that they gave them legal backing does not mean that, what they did cannot be critiqued. And if they do so and they notice that there are loopholes, and it's open for a debate, that the same people who sat and did that were humans too. So it's obvious that somehow, anything can pander to their interest. And that's why it's necessary that after they've done that, they scrutinize it further. We've got to go, really. Now we have to go. It's 37 minutes after 11. Precious UDK.
Well, I only want to urge the federal government or the governments in the respective states, let them not be seeing any protest or demonstration by youth as an attempt to topple their government. Of course, no government welcomes any attempt to topple government, just like the way the NSAS protesters were seen. Every government will want to go all out against them if seen in that light. The youth must definitely need to speak. Let the government not see it in a negative form. Thank you.
All right then. Precious UDK Esquire, Port Harcourt-based legal practitioner and publicity secretary, NBA branch. Port Harcourt. Yeah. Port Harcourt branch. NBA Port Harcourt branch. I got that. Thank you so much. Dr. Emmanuel Iroyanema.
While it is proper, we caution security persons on how to quell protests where they arise. There is need for Nigerians, and indeed will be protesters, to also know that there are rules for protests. The security lives that usually are lost in most protests are also Nigerians. We must be careful. It's a two-way thing. The German persons that claim they want to come to they want to train our persons. I've challenged them to come to Nigeria to see if they could use the same styles they use in quelling protests in Germany to quell protests here.
Why are the people the way they are that they can't use their
because they are not Nigerians?
No, that's my question. Is
I've just told you.
No, you said they should come here and see whether
they should come and yes.
That's what I'm saying. Why are your own protesters this unruly? If you say it's because of how unruly?
Because they are Nigerians.
Why are they Nigerians? Is that because you're Nigerian that you'll be unruly?
Yes,
it's your leadership that failed you.
It's your persons that have actually
created. Your leadership
the leaders are never coming from anywhere else. The leaders are always coming from among us.
That's what I'm saying.
It is us.
The leaders have failed you.
Because we have allowed them fail us. They are always coming from amongst us. The leaders have not come from space. These leaders are Nigerians who were one time supposed followers. Yes. In fact, some of them.
But we are
hold on. Some of them were parts of protests.
While we were here, some of them were parts of protests.
Some of them were part of protests.
They've got into those spaces and are still doing the same thing.
We must solve the problem.
That amongst ourselves, it's just a few people that say, I know the road.
We must solve the problem.
I know the road. And we say, okay, since you know the road, go now. You go there, you don't know nothing.
Only few persons know the road. Because
and then that's why the leaders have continued to fail us.
It is us and us all.
But we're not all of us leading now.
I have just told you. The leaders don't come from space. They come from among us.
We agree. And in their
even looking at the protest issue.
And in their faultiness, in their flaws, they say we know the way.
It is in our faultiness.
No.
In our faultiness.
I'm flawed. I know I'm flawed. That's why I'm not saying how to lead.
Don't lead. But among you, there are other person that don't lead. Among us are also the same persons that will come back to lead. So we must get this thing corrected.
All right.
We must learn how to do proper protest. We must protest without being violent. We also beg our security persons to also realize that we are also humans, that we have a right to protest. And in protesting, we too must do what we need to do.
All right, then. Thank you so much, Dr. Emmanuel Iroyanema, chartered arbitrator, mediator, management consultant, and socio-economic commentator. Thank you so much. Emmanuel Itukwe.
Well, I certainly believe that protests, if this issue of Lekki is not handled well, government would have succeeded in gagging the people, in putting fear into people, so that they will avoid their constitutional right to protest and will be staying as maybe rats that see a cat before it.
That's the sage speaking right there. Emmanuel Nduke, thank you so much. And that is where we wrap up on this segment. We've got Dave coming up on board, and Entertainment Express is next online. Dave, how are you doing? You're looking nice in your blue Dior.
You know, drip. That's like the whole thing.
The guy is really dripping today. The guy is really dripping.
And you're looking beautiful also.
Thank you so much. So what's in the news? What's happening in entertainment?
The final compilation of all the most streamed artists. Spotify came out with theirs. Apple Music. Then our face, Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, top on the chat as always. And then this particular video about Wizkid trying to lift Thames, causing controversy. Everyone is saying he was trying to
how did he try to lift her?
Touching currency.
Was that a lifting? All right then. But I mean, lifting Thames, you just have to.
But look at. I'm not sure.
Let's leave it at that.
Wizkid cannot carry Thames. It's
So
not
what
possible.
do you mean?
It's not possible.
How can he carry Thames?
Thames is mighty.
She's not mighty. I won't sit down here and take that. Thames is not mighty.
Thames is big.
Whatever. She might be big, but who says Wizkid doesn't have the part?
Wizkid cannot.
We'll leave that argument for another thing. Stay tuned. All the entertainment just coming up with
Dave, dripping with Dior.
Dripping with Dior. Stay on the dial.
This one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
Okay, it's live on Today 95.1 FM. Where else can be better? Tuning on to Today 95.1 FM, and we will make your day.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Today's heat song. What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in.
It's amazing stories, conversations, back to back, right here. Entertainment Today on your premium talk radio.
Today 95.1 FM.
Tell me what you want. I can be your friend. I can be your muse. Call my name and I'll be there. Do you know me? Do you know me? I am Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio.
Love you better,
Catch me when you can.
'Cause you're Peter Pan, you know landing never. Have you ever felt this?
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Good day, listeners. I'm super excited to be here with you, reaching out to share unique business opportunities that has the potential and the potency to change your financial story. A lot of people have the desire to have a financial story to get themselves liberated from the claws of poverty, but overcoming this task has been a difficult one. So the question is, how can you overcome poverty even in these times that we found ourselves? This is what you need to do. There exist numerous opportunities in the space of Forex, and all what you need to do is to latch into the Forex market, which is the biggest trading opportunity in the space of the financial markets. The Forex market is the biggest and the most liquid financial market in the world, averaging about $5.6 trillion on a daily basis, being traded from Monday to Friday. Now, this has been the challenge with a lot of traders that are experienced and people who are not experienced. The question of consistency and winning the trades in the Forex market has been the major challenge. If that has been your case as an experienced trader, or as a novice trader, or as one who wants to get in the business of Forex, guess what? I have the right solution for you. I present to you a unique business opportunity called Intelligence Prime Capital, known as IPC. What then is Intelligence Prime Capital? Intelligence Prime Capital is a fintech company that has come up with a novel trading artificial intelligence that helps you win consistently in the forex market, having a winning rate of over 97%. What that means that if you take a scale of 10 trades in the forex market, you are sure of winning over 7 to 9 of those trades on a daily basis every day. Now, that has simply been done and has been achieved with the help of an artificial intelligence that ensures that your risk is low and you win consistently in the forex market. Now, to learn more about how our system works and how you can take advantage of this bot system that is changing the entire landscape of how trading is done globally, please text yes to
0817 436 9020. 0817 436 9020. 0817 436 9020. 0817 436 9020.
When you text yes to this number, you will be given the opportunity to attend our Zoom meetings that holds regularly, and then you'll be added to a WhatsApp group where you'll be provided with all the details of all of the information you need to make use of our bot system. Our bot system is reliable, is very dependable, and it has a winning rate of over 97% of all your trades that you take every day, Monday to Friday. Again, the number to text yes to is
0817 436 9020. 0817 436 9020. 0817 436 9020. 0817 436 9020.
Make sure you maximize the opportunity of Intelligence Prime Capital and the bot system that is changing the lives of people all over the world trading in the forex market. Be you a professional trader or a novice trader, the bot system of IPC is the exact tool you need to succeed in the forex market every day. Thank you and God bless you.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back. What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in.
It's amazing stories, conversations, back to back, right here. Entertainment Today on your premium talk radio.
Today 95.1 FM.
All you need to know about this one is that
correct sound. Brother, what you do? I beg you, don't be sleeping on a bicycle.
Hey, listen, I call my brother for phone. They ask him how he be. He tell me say, man, everywhere don't red and he get a city. I tell her say no worry, as long as say we know the mortuary. See, we dey alive, we still dey breathe. That's something where I believe. See, God no go shame us. 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 The blessing go loud, you go worry the neighbors. God no go shame us. 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 The blessing go loud, you go worry the neighbors. Oga, this one no be bobo. I know they talk waiting, I don't know. When the time go reach for you to collect your bread, you go collect the jumbo. You don't the way you don't the grind there, and it be like say your own never enter. When they go send you all out there, allow you they no go use enter. As for me, I no get tissue. They let you marry, now they meet. Now in the shower the blessings, so when I dey so I no want it. Hey, somebody won't carry my picture go babalawo. I tell her do it first. Say that picture where you want is no fine. Make her send them the one we could make sense. Because God don't go shame us. Okay, God don't go shame us. Hey, God don't go shame us.
So I woke up this morning with the song on my mind, right? It's the second day in the month of December, and you know the stress and you know the pressure. Everyone is saying, "Oh, where will you get that money? Where would you get that dream going on? Where would you get that? You know, anything you want." There's already the year is already coming to an end. I'm like, dude, God no go shame us. Do you understand? He will never, ever, 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 ever. All right. So if you're looking forward to having something before the end of the year, receive it. Come on, come on. All right. So I'm done being the pastor this morning. All right. It's back to the show. Good morning and welcome everyone. Entertainment today right here on Today95.1 FM. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. My name is Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio, dripping with opulence right here on Today 95.1 FM. It's that show where you get to hear all the latest juicy gossip and trend and stories in the world of entertainment. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's a Wednesday, Woman Crush Wednesday, Wet and Wacky Wednesday. I got some stories about, you know, Bluetooth toilets by Drake, all right? And also got some stories about all the, you know, trending top end chart men and women across the world, you know, the ones who've been topping the charts like iTunes, Apple Music, Spotify, and YouTube. I'll bring you all this gist, all right? But before we get into that, happy birthday shout outs to you if today is your birthday. Hey, hey, really super excited for you if today's your birthday, right? Like, I can't give you cake, I can't sing for you, but I'm really excited for you. You made it, okay? 1 year gone, and you're still happy, you're still alive, you're still healthy, you're wealthy, even if you don't have too much money, right? God would not shame you, okay? So congratulations to you if you're celebrating something that is worth celebrating today, your wedding anniversary, you just got married, you just getting married, you will get married, yeah, shout outs to my friends who would be wedding on Saturday, right? Saturday's the 4th. Yeah, so shout out to them. Stanley Inabo, congratulations to you on your wedding. I'll definitely be there to crash it, and in a good way though. All right, enough of that. Let's head straight to the report today. Now I'll start off with the story about Wizkid and him being like on the charts. Him definitely, Davido, Wizkid, and Burna Boy. Let's put it this way: Burna Boy, Davido, and Wizkid. I'm that kind of guy. Like, I would want to rep and stand Burna any day, anytime. So it's Burna, Wizkid, and Davido. Even some people will still argue, like, okay, Wizkid is like number one right now, and then Burna comes next, and you know, David, you know, but yeah, so it's still Burna Boy for me, Wizkid, and Davido. So right now, the compilation for the top most streamed artists for the year 2021 has this brothers right up there. And someone said it's a monopoly, like these guys are just the ones dominating, getting all the recognitions, getting all the Grammy nominations and stuff. I'm like, dude, these guys have put in the work, okay? They've been working, working, grinding all day, and this is time where they get to get paid off, okay? So allow them, enjoy their time, all right? When it gets to your own turn, enjoy it, okay? Enjoy it. Allow them do what they know how to do best. So congratulations to Burna, David, and Wizkid. They're really making us proud right now. Meanwhile, Burna Boy said something yesterday, and he said, look, I want to get married to someone. Listen, so I'm giving you update right now. So if you know how to prepare bole very well, all right? Not the Lagos bole. Someone said something. God, no go. Like, is there a comparison between Lagos bole and Port Harcourt? I'm like, no, that's blasphemy, man. You don't compare PH bole and Lagos bole, all right? That is why Burna is ready to pay £10,000, all right? Yeah, £10,000 to anyone who could prepare bole for him. Now this sounds really untrue, right?
Okay, this one no be bobo.
It's not bobo. Like I told you, it's not like confirmed. He gave me the update before he puts it up. All right. Okay, so he wants to even get married to someone who can make bole. All right. So if you are a woman who knows how to make bole very well, I don't know if it works for men also. Like you know how to make bole, and Burna Boy will propose to you. I don't want to think about that. So if you're a woman and you know how to make potako bole very well, give me a call. I'll link you up to Burna, right? Yeah, it's personal. I will. All right, I'll do that. Okay. Enough of the jokes, right? But the brother is dope like that. He was saying something like, "Look at what you're giving Odoku to eat." I'm like, when you travel to Yankee, what do you expect to eat? But it's crazy, all right? So I told you I would tell you something weird. Since it's Wet and Wacky Wednesday, let's start off with a story by Drake. Now, Drake has been in the news for different reasons, but this one definitely stands out. Like, yo, this is epic, man. So he has been bragging about his, guess what? Not anything, not a car, not a house, not a lady, nothing related to that. He's been bragging about his He's been bragging about his Bluetooth toilet. Like nothing else to brag about in the world. Again, it's your Bluetooth toilet. So the American musician Orisis Jakil, aka Waiki Orisis, okay, really love the brother, took a tour of Drake's mansion, and one of the videos he posted on the social media page, he showed off Drake's automated toilet, which is operated with a remote. Wow. Joy. Oh. It could give you joy to go on, do your business there. Like when you're done, you just use the remote control and you just switch up everything.
Was the blessing go loud? You go worried.
That's the kind of blessing you're praying for, right? All right, so he showed the video and it was crazy. Like he called it his trophy room. All right, and in that trophy room, he has a toilet there where you could just flush with the Bluetooth and everything. Wow, things are happening. That's the thing, right? That's why I want you to make money. All right, so probably yours would use maybe 5G, or one kind of sci-fi connection, you're just where you are, or maybe Meta, right? Yeah, you're where you are, you could do your thing in your toilet and no one gets to know. All right, crazy things, right?
Now in the shower the blessing, so when I dey slow, I no money. Hey, somebody won't carry my picture.
So I wanted to say this yesterday, but I couldn't do that because I couldn't come through, all right? But Adekunle Gold will be having his 4th studio album, Catch Me If You Can, coming out soon. I'm really super excited for the brother. He's been doing well. Right now, I feel like he's gradually coming up to the Burna Wizkid level. If he continues this way, right? And gives us great music to look forward to. But I don't know about the timing of this particular album dropping now. Would it be nominated for Grammys? I really don't know, because everyone now is going for the goal, like Grammy is the goal, right? So I don't know, but we're hoping to get that soon, and I definitely play for you once it drops, okay? So since it's a Wednesday, it's a Woman Crush Wednesday, I want to dedicate this to all the women out there. As a matter of fact, I just got a call from my mother, all right, before I went on the show today. So I want to play this particular one from Timmy Dakolo. I and Annie were having a conversation, and she was bragging about the song to me, but yeah, I know the song and I love it like that. Have yourself a wonderful day. You can follow me on socials, Dave Melford Roberts. On Instagram, it's Dave_Melford_Roberts, and on Facebook, it's David Melford Roberts. Stay blessed. Keep listening to Today 95.1 FM. This is Team Idakolo, Ebuka, and Nobly Gray with Old Beam. Enjoy.
I beg you, don't be sleeping on it.
Nwanyị dị mana nwere nwanyị ka ibe ya enyerebe eje ọrụ ofe anya ji isi ụgwọ nwa ọma eji eje mba ọ dị be eze nwa m ede m ụkọ anya foro onụbọjị bọs na abịrịba nwa m ekene m ga-ekene m go ọ ya dị
You're my melody, my sweet baby, the one where they make my heart go jim and shake body. See, I promise you, you go chop money. The love way you give me so, and I don't really. The queen will own my heart, the crown upon my head, the essence of my life. Of him no be more, the queen will own my heart.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News at noon on your premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Kalada Korubatbo. Let's begin with the headlines. House of Representatives ask federal government to recover about 2.6 trillion naira allegedly owed by 77 oil and gas companies. Lawyers to leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, stormed Federal High Court in Abuja ahead of legal battle for bail. High Court in Port Harcourt remands to police custody suspected fake lawyer. On the foreign scene, death toll in latest U.S. school shooting rises to 4. Stay tuned for the news in detail. The presidency has asked the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project to desist from putting out its divisive, irresponsible, and barefaced publicity stunts. This was contained in a statement by the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Gaba Shehu. The piece, according to Shehu, was aimed at addressing the repeated, ridiculous claim from Serap that it is bringing legal action against the government or President of Nigeria. Shehu argued that very little is known about Serap or who funds them, despite their claims of being an organization that champions transparency and accountability. He further said that Nigeria is comfortable that its record as Africa's leading democracy and largest economy speaks for itself, as he challenged Serap to follow through on his latest false legal claim in the Nigeria Court of Law. The Nigerian Senate has amended the National Health Insurance Act, Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2021. The legislation was passed by the National Assembly in April last year. The Red Chamber at plenary considered a motion for the recommittal of some clauses. The Senate leader, Yahya Abdullahi, sponsored the motion for the recommittal, while the deputy leader, Ajayi Borofis, read the lead debate on behalf of the Senate leader. He recalled that the National Assembly transmitted the passed bill to the President for assent in April last year. The House of Representatives has asked the federal government to recover about 2.6 trillion naira allegedly owed it by 77 oil and gas companies operating in the country. The House also set up an ad hoc committee headed by its Deputy Chief Whip in Kurika, Onye Diocha, to reconcile what the federal government and oil companies owe each other as joint venture cash calls. It called for a proper inventory of the assets and liabilities of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation and its subsidies before their transfer to the newly incorporated NNPC Limited. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, says the issue of pardoning the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, is premature. Malami stated this yesterday when he appeared as a guest on a television program. The minister stated that the trials associated with Kanu have not been concluded, and as such, the pardon option cannot get on the table just yet. While stressing that he is not ruling the option out, Malami, however, noted that pardoning Kanu is not on the table at the moment. Meanwhile, the lawyers to the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, have stormed the Federal High Court in Abuja ahead of the legal battle for bail later today. The legal team led by Ifeanyi Ejiofor arrived at court as early as 8 a.m. with over 50 others already inside the courtroom. However, unlike the previous proceedings, security is relaxed from the court's main gate to that of the court door. Kanu's bail motion would be entertained by Justice Binta Nyako later in the day after attending to regular matters slated for the day. The Niger Delta Development Commission has warned Niger Delta youths against cultism, social vices, and drug abuse. The NDDC interim administrator, F. Young Aqua, who gave this warning during the distribution of e-learning devices to secondary school students, undergraduates, and youth at a program organized in Calabar, said social vices and cultism are threatening the well-being and existence of youth in the country. Aqua, who was represented by his special advisor on youth and sports, Udangs Eraduri, said the suspended scholarship scheme was being reviewed to achieve a more positive impact, as he explained that the commission would no longer waste its scarce resources to send students abroad to study courses available in the country. He said the NDDC would rather spend the resources upgrading schools in the country, especially in the region, to absorb its scholarship students. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has charged the media to exert pressure on President Muhammadu Buhari to assent to the amended Electoral Act. The governor said it is important that the media should enlighten Nigerians to know why there should be electronic transmission of election results in order to save the nation's democracy. Governor Wike stated this in his remark after he was conferred with the Gold Prize for Exceptional Leadership by this Nigerian media newspaper in Abuja yesterday. He said, considering the importance of the Electoral Act amendment to the survival of the nation's democracy, the media ought to deem it a priority to exert pressure on the president to sign the amended act.
These days, I was thinking that, look, with the importance of this Electoral Act amendment, what are you people, the journalists, the press, what have you done? What have you done to educate the people, to put pressure that the president should sign the Electoral Act? What are the benefits? What is direct primaries? What is indirect primaries? Who are those to benefit more if direct primaries is being conducted? Who are those to benefit more if it is indirect primaries? So it is important that Nigerians should know why there should be electronic transmission of results in order to save our democracy. Because the only way people you have put in position of authority can be accountable to the people is when you have a free and fair election.
The guest speaker, Bishop Hassan Kuka, who delivered the This Nigeria inaugural lecture, blamed the drafters of the Nigerian Constitution for the country's lack of national cohesion. The Rivers State government has reiterated its commitment to educational development in the state. Commissioner for Education, Professor Kaniye Beku, in a statement after his visit to some better education service delivery for all centers in the state, said Governor Nyesom Wike is determined to addressing the issues of out-of-school children through the provision of free education and implementation of better education service delivery for all centers program in the state. Professor Ibeko also encouraged pupils at the center to take their studies seriously, as he commended the facilitators at the centers for the professional discharge of their teaching duties. Better education service delivery for all is a program designed to increase equitable access for out-of-school children, basically aimed at improving literacy in focused states and strengthening accountability for results in basic education in Nigeria. The General Commander of Onelga Security, Peace and Advisory Committee, OSPAC, Kingsley Ogumike, has warned all OSPAC members to be apolitical and disassociate themselves from any traditional tussle. Ogumike made this known during the inauguration of commanders in all the communities in Akko Kingdom, in Ozuoba community, Obiapo local government area of Rivers State. Ogumike also assured that OSPAC will continue to collaborate with security agencies in improving security during the Yuletide.
We are working with the Nigerian Army, and the Navy. These are the people and the DSS. Before today, we work hand in hand with the police. The synergy is strong. You weigh the good part and where there are any criminal elements in OSPAC, we are going to fish them out. I will send them to the appropriate authorities.
On his part, the public relations officer of OSPAC, Amadi David, stated that Akpo unit of OSPAC will continue to work and remain loyal with its founding unit in Onelga.
Before now, prior to 2019, the level of criminality was so intense. You have a lot of beheading. Before the sun sets the next morning, been bad news either from Choba beheading, Roma Lumene, Roma Kwale, a lot of hoodlums trying to take over the place, and business was too down. It was on the strength of that level of confusion that we here in Akpo summoned the courage to embrace the OSPAC, and we replicated same here in Akpo, and peace was returned here. Our OSPAC members don't know the implications of trying to derail or misbehave. The misconduct we deal with you fiscally.
A high court sitting in Port Harcourt has remanded to police custody a suspected fake lawyer identified as Stanley Ejirogene Ajogbe, who has been practicing in Rivers State for over 10 years. Ejirogene Ajogbe was remanded following the request by the chairman of the Nigeria Bar Association Port Harcourt branch, Prince Inyekwere. Justice Chinwendu Wogu, in his ruling, directed the policeman from the office of the Rivers State Commissioner of Police to take into custody the suspected fake lawyer pending the outcome of their investigation. Today FM reports that the suspected fake lawyer was exposed yesterday during cross-examination when he failed to answer correctly questions bordering on his genuine identity as a legal practitioner. The defense team in the criminal matter also tendered reports from the Supreme Court of Nigeria and the national leadership of NBA disowning the identity of Stanley Epini Ejirogene Ajogbe as a genuine legal practitioner in the country. The chairman of the NBA Port Harcourt branch, Prince Inyekwere, in an interview with Today FM's Uchendia Jawo, explained the reasons he demanded that the suspected fake lawyer be remanded in police custody.
His name is not in our NBA database. Of course, you know that every lawyer in Nigeria has an enrollment number, and the Supreme Court keep that list of lawyers. And the Supreme Court has written that they don't have his name. What we did was to plead with the court to allow us have an opportunity with him to produce his call to bar certificate so that we'll know whether both NBA and Supreme Court is mistaken, and we'll correct that mistake. But we doubt it's quite unusual that both NBA and Supreme Court will not have the name of a lawyer that is called to the bar in Nigeria.
Also, Ibikiri Oturubio, the lawyer who cross-examined the suspected fake lawyer, explained why they suspected that the lawyer is an imposter.
Based on the petition he wrote to Colonel Police as a lawyer, because of where is claimed, and they now brought him as a witness for the prosecution. Where our curiosity came in was that when the matter came up for the first time for plea, and he professed himself to be a very senior lawyer, he now turned to me, say, "Counsel, what is the appointment for third check?" So I was taken aback. He means as a very senior counsel that he professed himself to be, he doesn't know the appointment for third check. I said, "Counsel, you don't know. It is 2 years imprisonment now." He now turned to my client, do what I have said. So my client now had to write the petition to the Colonial Police, and record gladly replied our letter and confirmed that as far as the record is concerned, he's not a lawyer who has been called to bar and enrolled in the Supreme Court of Nigeria.
The magistrate court sitting in Port Harcourt has remanded two suspects, Kenneth Silvanus and Chijoke Ogbona, who are linked to the beheading of a 9-year-old boy in a village in Ishokbo community in Ikwere local government area of Rivers State. The court also directed the prosecutor to liaise with relevant authorities and produce the third suspects, Chibuzo Amadi, on the next adjourned date. Silvanus and Ogbona are standing trial on a 3-count charge bordering on the murder of one Destiny Peter. Today FM's Uchendia Jawa reports that the first accused person, Kenneth Silvanus, already pleaded guilty to the charge even when it has not been read in court. The prosecutor informed the court that the statement of the first accused mentioned one Chibuzo Amadi as a collaborator in the alleged murder and wondered why he was granted administrative bail by the police. In his ruling, the Chief Magistrate I.F. Iyabo remanded the two suspects and directed the prosecutor to liaise with the Attorney General's office to produce the third suspect on the next adjourned date, which is on Monday, 6th December 2021. You may recall that the trio of Kenneth Silvanus, Chijoke Ogbona, and Chibuzo Amadi were paraded last month by the Rivers State Police Command for beheading a 9-year-old boy in Ishokbo community in Ikwere local government area of the state. You are listening to the World News at noon on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please do stay tuned.
Glorious Covenant Church Headquarters Parish, Kilometer 2, Iwofe Road, Rumo Precom, presents a 2-day mega healing crusade with the theme, In the Days of His Power, taken from the book of Psalm 110, verses 3, featuring salvation, healing, breakthrough, and deliverance. Date is 10th and 11th December 2021. Time 4:30 p.m. daily at the church field. Guest speaker, Reverend Dr. Omar Opai.
What separates a man from other men is to know what others do not know.
Also ministering, Pastor S.O. Akinola, General Superintendent, Pastor D.S. Kukigam, District 1 Superintendent, Pastor Ezenekwe Arlen, Parish Pastor, Host, ministering in songs, Joy Okana, Pastor Wisdom K. Luba Kumbe, Monday, Idol. Free bus services available. Come and experience God's power. Jesus is Lord forever.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back. You're still listening to the World News at noon on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Welcome back. Now to the rest of the bulletin. The fight against drug abuse in Rivers State has continued with a call for all stakeholders to join hands in the fight. The acting chairman of the International Federation of Women Lawyers, Inena Igbokwe, made the call at a one-day sensitization against drug abuse, rape, and violent crimes against persons organized in Odioku community in Avuda West local government area of Rivers State in collaboration with the community youths. Igbokwe noted that there is direct relationship between violence against women and drug abuse.
Rape must stop. It's causing a lot of havoc in our society, especially with our young ones. Because this time around, we're not just talking about the adults, we're talking about children. We hear a lot of defilement, 5-year-old, 3-year-old, even a baby in diapers is also being defiled. So it's something everybody should talk about. Just like the definition of rape, you hear that rape is an act of sexual violence that perpetrated by force. And most times we have come to realize that you can use drugs to influence a person, to coerce somebody into having sex with you. It's a harmful substance. When somebody is induced with drugs, person can lose the capacity to say no, and then the rape will happen. So there's a relationship that using drugs can also be used to influence somebody into having sex.
On their part, the spokesperson of the River State chapter of the Nigerian Medical Association, Dr. Irene Obuzo, and the president of Odioku Youth Association, Kenneth Ogbuna, said the event was aimed at educating the young ones on the dangers of drug abuse.
The men, we have the women, and they're all listening to these things. You know, we've gotten speakers who are able to tell them about the dangers of drug abuse, and you can see that it's so interactive. The kids want to listen, and then they're already making pledges to make a change. So we know that this activity is going to be very impactful. It will help to curb this drug abuse that has plagued our society.
Care of them is by sensitizing them properly on how for them to understand what the use of drug is, and for perhaps if at the time of use there is abuse, there is need for them to also know the consequence of the abuse in their health system. It is not only to joke; it's a world challenge, and I see that there is no need for me to remain silent where the consumption is rising, because if we keep silent, definitely it will affect and it might trigger to medical.
Today FM's Chinedi Wuna reports that secondary school students as well as youth corps members participated in the program. In view of the numerous achievements and stability in Rivers State since 2015, the Forum of Governorship Candidates under the leadership of Pastor Iunwo Samuel have called on Governor Nyesom Wike to prepare himself for President of Nigeria come 2023. The forum, in a statement made available to Today FM, pleaded with Governor Wike to run for the position, adding that the governor has the capacity to make Nigeria compete favorably with other developed countries. The forum, however, noted that the initiative was necessary due to notable projects and developmental work he has done for Rivers State. Therefore, they explained that Governor Wike has proven to the entire nation to be the chosen one with his quality leadership style following his numerous achievements recorded both as Minister of State for Education and Governor of Rivers State currently. On the foreign scene now, British police have arrested a man on suspicion of trespass after he allegedly breached security at Parliament and prompted a temporary lockdown at the sensitive London landmark. It came amid heightened security in the UK after lawmaker David Amess was stabbed to death while meeting constituents in October and a botched homemade bomb attack last month. The Metropolitan Police Service was quick to note yesterday's arrest in the heart of Westminster, which was not being treated as a terrorist incident. I take it again. The Metropolitan Police Service was quick to note yesterday's arrest in the heart of Westminster was not being treated as a terrorist incident. Both incidents were linked by police to extremism. Elsewhere, the death toll in the latest U.S. school shooting rose to 4 yesterday after a 17-year-old student died from his wounds in the attack at a Michigan high school. The Oakland County Sheriff's Office said in a statement that Justin Schilling, who was a student at Oxford High School in the rural town of Oxford, Michigan, succumbed to his wounds in the attack. Police on Tuesday said that a 15-year-old male student opened fire with a semi-automatic handgun in the high school, shooting at least 30 rounds that have now left 4 students dead and 6 students and 1 teacher wounded. There was no immediate explanation for the attack, which sent panic through the 1,800 students at the school. The police said the shooter used a 9mm Sig-Sauer pistol that his father bought for him on November 26, the day after Thanksgiving, known as Black Friday, for massive sales put on by stores nationwide to launch the Christmas gift shopping period. And now to end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The House of Representatives has asked the federal government to recover about 2.6 trillion naira allegedly owed it by 77 oil and gas companies operating in Nigeria. The lawyers to the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, have stormed the Federal High Court in Abuja ahead of the legal battle for bail. We told you that the High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has remanded to police custody a suspected fake lawyer. And on the foreign scene, you also had that the death toll in the latest U.S. school shooting has risen to 4. That was the news as edited by Ifunaya Obama Indukwe. For comments and inquiries, please do call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget to take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap on the running water. Alternatively, have a fee at all times, alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid touching your face and eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Good afternoon. I am Kalada Koribatibo. Thank you for listening and do stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM. Once again, have yourself a good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
The Prevailing Women's Ministry, in collaboration with Dorcas Foundation, presents Hannah's Banquet. Highlight: salvation, healing, discovering purpose, impartation of the Holy Spirit, restoration of marital scepters, fresh oil for service, spiritual dominance, territorial dominance in marriage, restoration of marital spice. Generals in the word are Pastor Debbie Jones Everywhere, PhD, Annie Abdul Salam, Pastor Mrs. Kianga Igbanibo, Pastor Christabel George Didier. Generals in music are Minister Caroline Alfred, Minister NK, Minister Beulah Chijoke, Minister Onyi, Minister Oge. Host, Pastor Becky Anthony. Convener, Prophetess Gloria Ebenezer, also known as Foni Odeme. Venue, Ambassadors Glory Chapel International Church, number 51 Miniolu Road by Okilton Junction of Ada George, Port Harcourt, Nigeria. Date, December 5th, 2021. Time, 2 p.m. prompt. Come and feast with the King.
Go on Plan a vacation this December in grand style with your Fit Fly as we are going to Kigali and DR Congo. 2 countries, 3 cities from December 14th to December 21st. The package includes and not limited to return flight to 2 countries, 2 visas, 3 nights in Kigali and Goma, ship cruise, a night on the sea, tour of 3 cities, hiking on Mount Kigali, a visit to Kimironko Market, the biggest local market in Rwanda, and an amazing experience at Hotel Rwanda. What more can you ask for this December? For bookings and enquiry, call YouFitFly Port Harcourt 090-7037-3696. Come experience a December like never before. Brought to you by YouFitFly and proudly supported by the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo.